It's okay.
Alrighty, guys. As some of you may have watched last night on Modern Day Debate, Jay Dyer and Cenk Brekatella, the Muslim metaphysician, went one-on-one. Supposed to be no holds barred, Trinity versus Tawhid.
Dr.
I've got a couple
Andani,
of guests here to discuss that a little bit, and then we are going to kick into the review. With me is Dr. Khalil Andani and VinAnd Sori. Welcome, guys.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, good evening. So VinAnd Sori, are you like two people in one, or?
Yes,
Hey, what's up?
I'm one person. I'm one being, and there's two. You come,
are you two in one? Like it's like a binary.
Hi. Yeah, it's some binatarianism happening here.
Well, you guys practice what you preach, so I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah. Just get the other chair, babe. It's all good.
All right, and I guess we both have the honor, myself and VinAnd Sori, we both have in common that we've debated one of these debaters, right, that we're reviewing.
Yes, both of you have debated Jake, and both of you have been asserted as two guys who have beaten the Muslim metaphysician in a debate.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And I'm going to post a link to both debates in the comment section later, so you guys can see and judge for yourself.
I was sort of, it was like a discussion / ambush. I was actually pretty surprised at Jake's sort of affect. It seems like when he feels that he's kind of like running the conversation, he's kind of polite, and then when he feels kind of like stuck, then all the ad hominem emotional stuff comes out. It really came out in the Andani debate. Mine was just like a preamble discussion. The real actual, I'll say, deconstruction came from the guy up here, guys. Don't believe the hype with James over here. Go ahead.
All right. And then, Ben, let's kind of get started. You wanted to mention a bit about some of the surprise you had when it came to the Athery Creed and what it meant to have foot and hand, and how different that is from the metaphorical.
I gotta tell you guys, yeah, I mean, look, there's a passage in Isaiah, is the Lord's arm too strong that he cannot save? And I just remember reading that as a kid and being like, well, obviously it's not an arm, right? Like it's God, like it's it's a metaphor of God's active power or something in the world. And so when I heard Muslims talking about God's hand, he's got two right hands, I interpreted that as, the right hand is power, right? And so God is all powerful. So it's like, it's a way of saying that Allah is more powerful than everybody else. That's how I interpreted it. It was very surprising to me. And James tried to explain this to me, but I just couldn't, for whatever reason, process it. It wasn't until the Andani debate where it became clear to me, and I'll let the doctor say it, but it appears that people who hold to this Athery Creed believe that God in his prime, in his original essence, whatever we want to say, has these eternal composite parts, foot, shin, leg, face, hand, but these are literal. These are not metaphorical ways of talking about how God operates in the world, whatever. I'll pass it on to Dr. Auden. Is that right? Are we talking about literal composites here, or are we talking about God's arm being his active power in the world, his eyes being his perceptive, etc.?
Okay, so for two things. Firstly, there are today, among Muslims today, there are two camps, okay, who brand themselves as Athari. Okay, like there are two different groups fundamentally who use Athari as the branding. Okay, one group we would call the Hanbalis. Okay, and their approach to what you're talking about, the anthropomorphic descriptions of God in Scripture, the Hanbali approach is to say that we do not interpret these as metaphors for divine power or divine favor, but we also do not affirm the plain meaning either, the apparent meaning. We don't affirm the apparent meaning, and we don't see it as a metaphor. Instead, the Hanbalis say we defer knowledge of the meaning to God. We don't know what it means. Okay, that's the Hanbali position. And in the Arabic lingo, this is what you would call Tawhid al-Ma'na. Okay, which means to delegate the meaning of those verses to God and plead ignorance. So the Arabic word often translated as hand is yad. The Arabic word translated as face is wajh. The Arabic word translated as eye is ayn. So the Hanbalis will say that we only are going to affirm that God used these words, yad, ayn, and wajh. He used these words to describe himself, but we don't know what it means. And we're gonna say only God knows the meaning. So this position in English, we would call it something like non-cognitivism, something like that. It's the idea of like we don't know what we're saying. Basically, we affirm the words and we don't know the interpretation. Right? That's one camp. In my understanding, when I arranged my debate with Jake, he was in that camp. Okay, that's what he told me when I arranged the debate with him in December 2021. I think it was December 2021 when we made the terms of the debate. He said he was on that camp. Okay, now, unbeknownst to me, sometime before our debate, without telling me, Jake switched to the second camp. The second camp, which is associated with this Muslim scholar, infamous scholar Ibn Taymiyyah, and continued by the group today known as the Salafis. So this is the second camp. They come along and they say that actually we affirm the plain or the apparent meaning of all the anthropomorphic descriptions of Allah. So yad means hand, right? Ayn means eye, wajh means face, and so on. Sak means shin. They affirm the obvious meaning. Nuzul means to descend or to come down, and so on. But they do something else. They make another move. They say that we know the meaning of these words. So God does have an eye. God does have two hands, but we don't know how God has these things. So they refer to this as the modality. A modern person would call this the trope, the manner of the thing, the howness of the thing. So they say that we affirm the apparent meaning. Yad means hand. God does have two hands. And then as soon as you ask them further, well, wait, is this a physical hand? What kind of hand? They say, no, we don't know how.
So is that the term kayfiyah when he uses?
Yeah, we don't know the kayfiyah. There is a kayfiyah, but we don't know it. That is what they affirm. So they affirm a kayfiyah, but they plead ignorance about what the kayfiyah, what the modality is, or the mode. But again, both groups, so even the Salafis, reject a metaphorical understanding of these terms. Okay, so among the other Sunnis, the Ash'ari Sunnis, the Maturidi Sunnis, the Mu'tazilis, who don't exist as a distinct school anymore, but their views still exist. Among other Muslims, basically, it's very natural to say God's two hands are his power and his mercy, or his power and his favor. God's face either could refer to God's dominion, or it could just refer to God himself, right? God's eyes could refer to his knowledge, or it could refer to his protection, his care, right? This is the most natural intuitive way that non-Salafi and non-Hanbalis would understand these verses. So it's never been an issue for those other groups. You meet an Ashari like Asrar Rashid or Shadi al-Masri, they'll immediately tell you this is what it means. Even God's coming down, as the third part of the night, which I caught Jake on, right? Even that, I mean, you read an Ashari book, many are in English, they do not hesitate and they say, it doesn't mean God comes down every night. It means his angels come down every night, and that's just a manner of speaking. This is known as metonymic predication. Sometimes an act is verbally attributed to God himself, but he doesn't perform the act. It's his creation that performs the act by his command. So they don't have a problem with these verses, but the Salafis do, and to some degree the Hanbalis do. But you know what? They don't tell you that, right? They don't tell you that at Speaker's Corner.
Look, and James, we got to get into the video, but like, would an example of a metonymic attribution be Obama killed X amount of people in Afghanistan?
Exactly.
Obama bombed, when in reality it was a guy named Bush.
Bush went into Iraq, but Bush didn't actually go and invade Iraq himself. He sent the army.
Bush invaded Iraq. It really was a guy named like Gary Johnson from North Dakota in the U.S. Marine Corps, right? That crossed the border. That's a metonymic application of X or Y. So when it says Allah descends from the seven heavens down, and I don't know the verse, but there's an easy way to faithfully in an Islamic way explain that verse without running into the problems that I saw that Jake had with you in the cross-ex, which we'll probably review. But James, you're the host. Just drive the car, buddy. But I wanted that out at the very, very beginning. I think it's very important. Dr. Andani, is a Harvard educated philosopher, guys. Okay, like I'm an amateur YouTuber who took 5 years to graduate high school. I don't know Jake's training. I'm seeing here that Jay Dyer's got some formal training in philosophy.
Jake does have a degree in philosophy, and he is working on getting a higher degree in philosophy currently.
Okay.
The last time we talked about his position, when it comes to hands, he has a different theory of language that I think he says that he gets from Ibn Tamir or Ibn Tami. I'm butchering the name. I know I am.
Ibn Taymiyyah?
Maybe that's it. He said that in this theory of language, there's not really like a literal or a metaphorical. So basically, when he's saying hand, he's not saying literal, he's not saying metaphorical. But then I ask him, what is he saying? And I never get past that. And I think that's probably a good way to start this.
So I've heard the video now. You make a good point about this, right? Now, Ibn Taymiyyah is not the only one to reject these categories, because these two categories, I mean, if we're going to be intellectually fair, the categories that became known in Arabic as literal and metaphorical, they're known in Arabic as hakiki and majazi. Now, in the early period of Islam, those were not understood as what we now call literal and metaphorical. They were more understood as hakiki means in reality, right? In reality. And majazi meant virtually, right? Like what is a virtual reality compared to a real reality? Those terms had an early connotation like that. And then most grammarians and scholars of the language came to understand those two to mean literal and metaphorical, right, at a later point. So yes, you could adopt a different theory of language. And before Ibn Taymiyyah came up with his take, even my community had their own take on it. But the problem here is that if you want to say that all language is literal, or you don't want to have this distinction, which is fine, but then at the end of the day, you have to specify what you really are saying. And this is something I think we'll see in the debate. I don't think anyway we ever got a satisfactory answer to some of this, but let's see.
Yep. All right, guys, and I fast forwarded through the opening. I'm straight into where Jake is about to speak, so you won't hear much of an introduction. Just know Trinity versus Tawhid was the topic. The debater is Jay Dyer, Jake Brecatella, and let's begin.
All right. Are you able to see my screen there?
Yes.
Okay. Ready. All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome, everyone. So, the debate before us tonight is the Orthodox Trinity versus Ethody Creed. To be clear, this is a debate over polytheism and a belief in three gods on the one hand, and monotheism, or the belief in one God, on the other hand. In the first half of my opening statement, I will explain and offer a defense of Ethody Creed. In the second half of my statement, I will explain what the Orthodox concept of the Trinity is and offer arguments against this position. First and foremost, unlike Orthodox Christians, we Muslims believe in one God. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Say, He, Allah, is one. Allah, the eternal, the self-sufficient. He neither begets nor is he begotten, nor is there to him any equivalent. Allah is one God, does not rely on anything other than himself, and everything in creation relies upon him. He does not beget, nor is he begotten or caused to exist, and there is nothing equal to him. The great Ethody scholar Ibn Khuzaymah summarizes Ethody Creed saying, and I quote, "Our doctrine or madhab, as well as that of all of our teachers, is as follows. We ascribe to God everything that he ascribes to himself. We acknowledge it verbally and hold it to be true through inner conviction within ourselves, though without thereby comparing God's face to the face of any creature or created entity, for our Lord is above being like unto creatures." So, we affirm real attributes for Allah based on the apparent meaning of the text and ascribe to him what he ascribes to himself. We know the meaning of his attributes, but we do not know the haqiqah or the kayfiyah or the precise reality of the attributes. Keep in mind that when we say we affirm the apparent meaning of the text, this takes into account the surrounding context of the verses mentioned as well as the entire corpus of revelation. We do not deny his attributes, nor do we liken his attributes to the creation. We reject divine simplicity or the notion that God does not have any real distinct attributes. However, his attributes are inseparable from his essence. He is not composed or caused to exist by something outside of himself. We also affirm that Allah is an active, dynamic creator that is genuinely capable of acting in succession.
Why don't we pause it here? We should
pause it right here.
Yeah, we should go. If you go, James, if you go back a little bit to the prior slides about attributes, we should probably comment on that just a little bit.
All right, let me.
It's right after the Quran verse, I think. You'll find it.
Yeah,
The other thing,
there you go.
James, is,
Yeah.
Right there.
You may want to consider. You may want to consider going to 1.25 speed, James.
Yeah, let me figure out how to do that. I'm a noob at adjusting the speed, but I'm sure that I can figure out how to do it.
Yeah, there you see playback there. It's play the.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you go to 1.25 maybe. But
there we go.
Yeah, but we can start with this because this was something that I focused on in my debate with him, and it seems like, I mean, I'll give him credit that his positions in this opening were far more detailed than what he did in my debate with him. Right here, he actually spells out what he means by attributes and the actual position that he takes. The background is the same, but there's more detail here. So on this point, already what we're dealing with here, and Dyer also said the same thing, that this is not really a debate about polytheism versus monotheism, as Jake framed it, right? This is a debate about how a thinker consolidates manyness, ontological manyness, right? Ontological plurality and divine unity. That's what this is about. And both sides, whether you're a Trinitarian or whether you are a Sunni Athari, both sides have to deal with this, because both sides claim to be monotheist, right? And then both sides, internal to their monotheistic deity, have a real multiplicity, right? What we're looking at here is a real multiplicity. And the reason why we could say that is when they say we reject divine simplicity and that the attributes are real, they're not just conceptual, right? They're real, and the attributes are really distinct from the divine essence. That is what it means to reject divine simplicity. And the attributes are really distinct from one another, right?
Yeah, so when he says distinction does not entail composition, how is that possible?
So I would agree with that. And there, what he will come back and say is the second last bullet: the attributes are inseparable. But this does not solve the problem, because you can have two things that are not identical. So now we're applying the law of identity, right? And we're using the law of identity, and we're saying A is not B and B is not A. So we have an A and a B. And yet we could say that wherever there is A, B is always with it. Like, you can say that, right? But because you've applied the law of identity and you said A is not B, you have to count this as two, because you count by identity here. Right? That's what Jake always tells us. Jake tells Dyer, hey, you got to count by identity and you get three gods. Okay,
right.
If Jake counts by identity, he has multiple attributes and the divine essence, and that's multiple uncreated realities. That's been always my critique of this. So it is composition. It's just not a physical competition. It's not a physical composition. It's not a temporal composition. It's not a spatial composition, but it is a composition. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, because Allah is made up of parts that are distinct, meaning parts that you can tell from another. And yet he says that doesn't entail composition. But if you look at a distinct as a whole, that's what we call a composition. So to me, and it seems like in the second to last bullet point, he sees the problem and so tries to address it in the last bullet point. But his explanation of the problem doesn't really provide any relief from the actual, apparent contradiction. It's just a statement. It's just literally, I know this is a problem, but it's really not there. You don't really see it, is what it looks like to me. Distinction does not entail composition, but there's no explanation as to why that is.
So this is a reflex that they do, right? That they, as soon as they say we reject DDS, but we don't believe in composition. Okay, so you know what? If we try to be fair to them, we say, okay, fine. If you want to run away from composition, no problem. But here's what you run into: as soon as you say that, let's say God only has one attribute, although he believes God has many. Let's say God has one attribute, but you reject DDS, you reject divine simplicity. So now you have a divine essence and the divine attribute, but you use the law of identity to say they're not each other. So my question is, what is the ontological priority here? Does the attribute depend on the essence? Does the essence depend on the attribute? Do they both depend on something else? Or are they circularly dependent?
And this is what you were looking at in the cross-ex when you were trying to get him to say if it's Asay. I don't know what, because what came first or whatever. And
it's not even temporal first. What grounds what, right? Does the divine essence ground the attribute, or does the attribute ground the divine essence? You see, you can run away from composition, right? You can make that move, but as soon as you run away from composition, you now have to tell us what grounds what.
Right.
Because when you deny composition, all you're saying is God is not grounded by all these various things. Okay, no problem. But then are you going to say that the attributes are grounded by God, so they're dependent on God? And then you just run into another sort of problem. And Jake never in this debate, he never tells us which one he goes. At least there are other Christians right now. There are philosophers such as Matthew Badorf, another guy named, I think it's James Fowler. I may have got the first name wrong. These are contemporary Christian theologians, and they will say God grounds his attributes. This is called divine priority. Now, again, I can attack that as a philosopher. I can, but at least I know where they stand. I don't know where Jake stands on this problem.
Yeah, it looks like Jake is trying to figure out how to deal with that question, and his current strategy is just to explicitly not address it in debates during cross-ex. I mean, you guys will see, because I'm going to play the clip when Dr. Andani bravely tries to get Jake to deal with this issue, and Jake begins to forget what the term "assay" means and all this other stuff. But when that becomes relevant,
so one other thing. So if we forward on this part, he quotes Ibn Khuzaymah. James, I think it's the next slide. Can we show that? Because I want to show you guys. It's right after this slide. He quotes Ibn Khuzaymah. Maybe
this one.
He reads a quote from Ibn Khuzaymah. No, it's much.
So it's much before that.
Yeah, it's in his own creed section, right after the attribute slide, right?
I'm trying to find it.
Maybe it's not on a slide. Maybe he just said it. But anyway, look, I can show you something. So Jake quoted a Hanbali, an early Hanbali, like somewhat early Hanbali named Ibn Khuzaymah, right? And Ibn Khuzaymah said that in Jake's quote, God has a face, but it's not like other faces.
Right.
Okay, no problem. But I want to show you a quote from Ibn Khuzaymah. So this is also from Ibn Khuzaymah, because we should see the whole picture. I'm gonna turn on my screen share for a second, and I'm just going to put this here. So I think there we go. Okay, so this is a quote also from Ibn Khuzaymah. Vin and Sori, why don't you just take a quick read of it? What do you make of this?
That's what she declares is eternal and non-perishable. We and all scholars of our path from Hijaz to Tehama, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and Egypt affirm for God the face which he has affirmed for himself. We profess it with our tongues, believe in our hearts, without likening his face to one from his creatures. May our Lord be exalted above all our likening to his creatures. We and all our scholars in all our lands say that the one we worship has a face, and we say that face of our Lord radiates a brilliant, radiant light. The face of our Lord is eternal. Okay, so Allah has a face, but it's not like any face in creation. But then what does the term face actually mean? See, this is one of my problems. It's like he's got a foot, but it's not like a regular foot. But it's like, okay, so then what's the reference point for calling it a foot in the first place? Now we've got a face, and it's an eternal face, which is cool. But again, what came first? I'm not sure. So the most I can get from this is Allah has a face. This is great. We appreciate it. We believe it. But again, it's an eternal face. So I explain to us, Dr. Andani, how to reconcile those two.
So what you also have in this quote, this is from the same guy Jay quoted, the face of our Lord radiates light.
Right.
And look he describes the face. It is a splendid, venerable face.
Right.
Right. So
brilliant, a lot of adjectives.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying God has a beautiful face and it radiates light. So when you read this, it does sound that the face has a certain anthropomorphic quality to it. The quote simply says that, this face is not like one of the creature's faces, right? But they want to say that it's still a face. It's not, in their view, it's not some unknown sort of thing. Like this face of God merits the label face.
And has humans at some level can interpret it as venerable, worshipful, light, which would also be a distinction from his face. And did he radiate that light from all eternity? Right? Which you would have to be, because the face is eternal. So you have the face and then the light that emanates from the face, which is
So there's a lot going on here. I mean, this gets very complex, right? And if you replace the word face with hand and eye, you do end up with a God who has composition. It may not be physical composition, but it is composition nevertheless, because God's face is distinct from God's hand, which is distinct from God's eye, which is also distinct from God's mercy, God's knowledge, God's power, and you do have this problem. It's a double problem. First, there's composition, and then second, there is an anthropomorphism over here, because the issue is, and Jay Dyer will take him to task on this. What do you mean by face now? Like, what are we talking about? Is there like
that's my issue.
Similarity? If there's no similarity at all, this whole thing is gibberish.
Well, that's my issue. If I say, the whole rose binding of the word, terms of rose, that's fine. But if I say I have a gooblechu, and a person says, "What's a gooblechu?" and I say, "Well, a gooblechu is like a car, only nothing like a car you've ever seen before." Well, they say, "Well, then you've told me no actual information about what a gooblechu is, bro. You've just but I keep asserting to you, yeah, I understand that, but it's like a car, but unlike any car you've ever seen."
If you told me, if I said, "Hey, Vin, how did you get here?" and you said, "I took my car." Oh, so I say, "You have a car?" and you say, "I have a car, but it's nothing like any other car that's ever been seen or made. It has no similarity with cars, but it's a car."
I've told you nothing. I've given you no information. As a matter of fact, all I've done is negate the subject.
See, so you can take it in two ways, and this is a dilemma. There's two horns here. So if we replace the word face with a car, right? So like, what prevents me from saying, like, if there was a verse in the Quran, it could attribute anything to God, and you would still have to affirm it by this. So you say, like, okay, God has a car, and it's an absolutely unique car. It has no resemblance to all these other cars, but it's still a car. Now that can be understood in two ways. Number one, non-cognitively, which means we have no idea what this is. The word is uninformative. But the second way to understand this is there is a car, and it does have a similarity with other cars, but at the same time, with this similarity to other cars, it has certain features that are absolutely unique. So it's a car unlike any other car. Right. Jake would have to pick one of these when it comes to God's hand and God's face. And if he picks the non-cognitivism, he becomes a Hanbali, not a Salafi. And if he picks the second one, God has a face, and it does have faceness in common with other faces, but it's unique, then this is anthropomorphism. That's the problem.
Yep. All right, so we are going to continue and let the viewing audience decide. Is Jake putting a literal or a metaphorical foot in his mouth as we continue?
Is falsified if one affirms God and humans can possess an essence without being similar ontologically. The same bears true for every other predicate given to God. Also, looming behind the charge of tashbih is an assumed realism regarding universals. For example, God and humans both have knowledge. This universal knowledge must be partially identical in God and man, the objector assumes. However, if we reject the realist notion this argument assumes, we cannot affirm the conclusion of tashbih. There is no ontological sharing between God and creation because ontological sharing does not exist. Every object, including its essence and attributes, is particular and not universal. Universals merely exist as concepts in the mind. The claim that ethody traditionalists represent an overtly anthropomorphic theology has been refuted countless times, and most recently by Fareed Suleiman when he states, and I quote, Wesley Williams attempted in a 2002 article to show that Ibn Hanbal's conception of God was blatantly anthropomorphic, an untenable claim in my opinion, close quote. Suleiman also cites numerous other academics.
Okay, so Dr. Wesley Muhammad is a okay, so I don't know. Dr. Andani, are you familiar with Dr. Wesley Muhammad?
Yes. So I mean, this is my fault, and I don't say that out of embarrassment. So Wesley Williams has published 2 peer-reviewed academic articles
Holy moly.
on this topic of the Hanbalis and what they believe about Allah. These are articles in like the Journal of Near Eastern Studies, for example, and that's what I relied on, his peer-reviewed articles, right? Now, it is true that Wesley Williams, at a personal, as a theologian, he does believe in the doctrines of the Nation of Islam. Okay, yeah. He does, and he believes that God has like a human manifestation. It's true, but if you read the peer-reviewed articles he wrote on the Hanbali beliefs, there's no dependence on what the Nation of Islam believes in those articles. He just works with the primary sources, the Hadith and the creeds of the Hanbalis. That's it. So, and that's what I relied on, and anybody can continue to rely on those if they want, because it's academic literature.
Listen, when I was listening to your debate, I said, man, if the Nation of Islam folks get their hands on this stuff, because in their theology, they say, you know, at the ground level, they say, we don't believe in none of this spooky stuff where God's a spirit and stuff. We believe in, you know, reality. So God is a black man, like, and he's written an entire dissertation on Hinduism and the blue-black God and all this of Hinduism. And so there's a very corporeal aspect to that version of Islam. It's the Nation of Islam. And it shows that the black man being the original man is God. So you guys can, you know, give me my just due, okay? Because the black man is God, so astaghfirullah. But like, so like, I was listening and I was like, oh my gosh, and sure enough, I'm blown away by this. When I was watching, I was like, oh my God, he got it. But the Hanbali stuff and Jake's theology, unfortunately for Jake, plays right into the hands of Nation of Islam theology. So I'm with, like, it's peer reviewed. I think he Wesley Muhammad is brilliant. Wesley Williams, he's brilliant in the way that he presents his information. I just thought it was really, really ironic that the Athari guys left that lane open for the Nation of Islam guys. That's crazy to me. And that's also crazy to me that you were able to pick that up. Dr. Andani.
No, I mean, when I prepared for the debate, Jake told me, I said, who are your scholars? And he gave me 3 names, Ahmed ibn Hanbal, Ibn Qudama, and Ibn Hamdan. He never said Ibn Taymiyyah for our debate, and I didn't look into Ibn Taymiyyah because I was told not to. So what you do as an academic is, okay, you say, what's all, like, if somebody else has done the research, you're going to go to that first. And Wesley Williams was one of the guys who did it. And I never saw in my examination of the literature, this book that Jake is quoting here was not published in 2022. So there was no refutation of what Wesley Williams had said at that point in either case. So, you know, that's what I went to. But I also, to my credit, I went to the primary sources of Ahmed ibn Hanbal and his students as well. And you would have seen that was also on my slides, because I don't like to base my claims just on a secondary source.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about this. So here, Jake is claiming that tashbih, anthropomorphism, or likeness between God and creation, is a necessary belief of Christians because of the incarnation. And he has this quote over here from Maximus, right? Now, is this a straw man here? Because I don't recall Christians saying that God has a real but unknowable hand or a real but unknowable eye. My understanding was that this is this notion that certain human virtues, life, knowledge, power, are an image of the divine life, knowledge, and power, but not like divine face and divine eyes. So
Correct.
is this not a straw man?
Yeah, this is the only thing that I could think about as a sort of vote of charity in this portion was to say maybe there's some nuance in Eastern Orthodoxy in the way maybe that they talk about God or the incarnation that would lead to some sort of misinterpretation on Jake's part. I've only been really exposed to Western Christianity. To your point, I was like, okay, on the Western side, this is a complete straw man. I don't know about the Eastern guys if they have something like, super nuanced that I'm not aware of. But as far as like, no, obviously, as we've got some Eastern Orthodox guys that we listen to, and they always say we are theomorphic. It's just a way of saying that we are created in the image of God. So these virtues are dim reflections of God, obviously. But we've never said. The only thing I can think of, Doc, would be the Mormons, right? Who believe that God started as an actual Homo sapien and then graduated, to deification after he, completed the principles of exaltation, I think is the correct terminology in Mormonism. But later on in the cross-ex, he basically goes off and says Mormonism is not really Christianity and it's like extremely polytheistic or whatever. So this is not a Christian idea. This has not even been a help me out, both of you. We've had ecumenical councils about the nature of Christ, Theotokos, all this other stuff. This has never even gotten to the point where we've had to call an ecumenical council to like straighten this. So I'm not. You got me here, Doc. I'm not seeing where this has been part of our tradition at all.
Yep. All right, let's continue because we are like 6 minutes into almost a 3-hour debate.
Who have refuted this falsehood and goes into more detail substantiating his claim. We should also keep in mind that Jay and the Eastern Orthodox have no problem with tashbih. In fact, they consider it necessary, given their concept of theosis, described by Maximus the Confessor as, and I quote, "A sure warrant for looking forward with hope to deification of human nature is provided by the incarnation of God, which makes which makes man God to the same degree as God himself became man. Let us become the image of the whole one God, bearing nothing earthly in ourselves, so that we may consort with God and become gods, receiving from God our existence as gods." Close quote. So as we can see, Orthodox Christians do not have a problem likening God to creation or creation to God. I now turn to my opponent's theology of the Trinity. I will argue that Jay believes in 3 gods, based on what is known in the literature as the logical problem of the Trinity. To put it simply, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are each God, but are distinct from one another. The normal method by which we would count would mean that there are 3 gods. Eastern Orthodox scholar Bo Branson states, and I quote, "The doctrine of the Trinity is central to mainstream Christianity, but insofar as it posits 3 persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, who are one God, it appears as inconsistent as the claim that 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. So the common so-called Muslim meme of 1 + 1 + 1 is right on target. I expect Jay to attempt to reply to this argument, but as we will see later, his responses will not help him and will only create further difficulties.
James.
My second argument is that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit cannot be one God.
One of the things that's fascinating is he quotes Bo Branson. Bo was actually in the audience, and during the audience question portion, Bo was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Like, you misinterpreted what I was saying. This is what I meant. And then Jake had to like back up and fix it because he obviously did not.
So Vin, I'm just curious, what is your view of the Trinity? This model, like the Orthodox monarchy model, is that your take, or do you have a different take?
Yeah, when I was what is it, James? Relative identity.
Relative identity is the last time we talked where it seemed that you fell into.
That's my team. That's my team. The nature person distinction to me, and we'll get it during the cross-ex. I felt like would have resolved some of the tensions that Jake brought up a little bit better than the monarch. It seems like you almost have almost like a quantum physics sort of collapsing. You know how everything kind of collapses after t to the minus 33 on the Planck scale. Monarch, it kind of everything kind of collapses into the Father almost. I think you said it, Doctor, where it's almost like the other members of the Trinity are kind of like these almost like Jewish sort of emanations. You know how the Jewish had the Sphirot, I think is how you say it. So that was kind of the problem that I was like, it sounds a little more like emanation to me than actual co-equal, co-eternal, consubstantial divine person. So that's kind of where I'm at. I will tell you guys, I'm not formally, like I said, I barely graduated high school. I'm not formally trained, so I was really focusing in on what Jay was doing. And I gotta say, like, from my standpoint, he didn't present like a positive case for his monarchical understanding. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not sure if but that's why I wanted to talk, really wanted to get on this call, Doc, was I wanted to
the funny thing about this is, and I think it's the James, I think it's like the previous slide that we're talking about, this whole 1 + 1 + 1 thing. Yeah. I don't know if you can get back to that. Just it's like a second before where it's right now.
Let me try to find
I'm pretty sure
it.
It was a previous. It was
there it is. Polytheism. That's one.
There it is. Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. Now, what's very interesting about this claim that Jake makes? Okay. So he says, "Oh, you have 3 gods." Right. That's what he's saying. Right.
Yeah.
You Orthodox. Yeah. You have 3 gods. Because Jake is saying that you have to count by identity, right? And these 3, like that's what he calls the standard method of counting, right? You're counting by identity, as far as I understand this whole argument they're having. So the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are not identical, but they're each God. But he's misrepresented things a little bit because in Bo Branson's understanding and in Sijawade's understanding, the Father is God in the nominal sense, and the Son and the Spirit are God in the predicative sense, but not the nominal sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because only the Father is ase, right? So in monarchy, and Jake knows this, in the monarchy model, the ha theos, the God, is the Father, and the Son is God in the sense of the Son is divine. The Son has divine attributes. The Son has great making properties, and the Holy Spirit is God in the sense that the Holy Spirit is divine. Again, this is a predicative, and of course Jake knows this. But that would have, that should be the model that he's attacking. I don't know why he didn't get specific, at least on this slide, right? Because there's only one in monarchy, as I understand, and you guys can correct me, not my area, but in monarchy, there's only one capital G God.
Yeah.
Right? There aren't 3 capital G gods in this.
Agree. But it's like I said, like, I was surprised actually at the 1 + 1 + 1 stuff. I was actually surprised that he put that in there. Especially, I've watched Jay Dyer's other debates on the Trinity. And so I was just like, yeah, it's kind of okay. I didn't really pay.
Why don't we count the authority attributes like this too? Why don't we count the authority attributes by identity? And then we would not have one God. We would have possibly 99 or more gher makhluk things, uncreated things.
We have an eternal face that presumably also emanates. I'm not being funny here, but also emanates eternal light. Okay, and so just there, we've got a Trinity. We've got Allah, His face, and the light, all of which are eternal.
Yeah, but you see, to defend his monotheism, the authority Jake will say, well, the attributes are inseparable from the divine essence, So we only count one God because now he's counting by division.
Right.
Right. But the Orthodox monarchy will say the same thing. In fact, the monarchy can say that there's one God in two ways. They could say the Father is the one God, right? That's one sense. And they can also say that the will and the actions, right, the operations of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit are inseparable.
Yeah.
And therefore it's only one God. He can make that move. If just like Jake makes the move that all the attributes, the face, the hands, the mercy, the power are inseparable from God's essence. So there's only one God. So you see, he's guilty, at least as I understand it. And well, maybe I misunderstand
it seems we have a lesser problem than he would have, right? Because if he's got a toe, he's got 10 toes now. We've got face and light, eternal. You got a bunch of eternal things that aren't necessarily the identity of God, but are still related to God. So I'm okay with the problem of the Trinity. Like, just 3 is a number I can manage. I cannot manage the face, the eyes, the toes, the hands, the toenail. And I promise y'all, I'm not trying to be funny, but if
you just list all their attributes, I mean, like, we can go through it. So you have, like, you could call sort of like the 7 great making attributes, life. God's life, which is distinct from God's power, which is distinct from God's knowledge, which is distinct from God's speech, which is distinct from God's hearing, which is distinct from God's seeing, which is distinct from God's anger, which is distinct from God's mercy, okay, which is distinct from God's hand number 1, which is distinct from hand number 2, which is distinct from his face.
The eyes, does it have a cornea?
Well,
do we have pupils?
You don't even need to get into that, right? Like, even if you take the doctrine as they state it, right, without getting into the jokes, this is a bag of attributes of multiplicity that if you start counting by identity,
right,
you have multiple. Now, we don't have to call them gods because Jake will say that they're not persons, so you can't call it a god. Okay, but God's power and God's face and God's hand and every attribute that's being ascribed to God is uncreated.
Correct.
Right? Uncreated, which means uncaused and eternal, right? Which means necessary. So if you start counting by identity, you arguably have multiple gods on the othery side. At least the Trinitarian only has 3 small g gods. The othery has 99 small g gods. And I'm not the first person to say this. I mean, the Ismaili philosopher Nasser Khusro, writing in the 11th century, said, whoever believes that the 99 names of Allah are distinct attributes believes in 99 gods. He said it.
Yep.
Doctor, is Jay went out later and said that Ibn Taymiyyah believed in an eternal universe?
Yeah, we'll come to that. We'll talk about that. Yeah. But I hope the point I'm making here, which I think you agree, is this argument about counting boomerangs and hits the othery in the face.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
James, this is the taxi thing you talk about. Well, they'll trot out Bart Ehrman or something, not realizing that Bart Ehrman is way more devastating with the same presuppositions. But go ahead. Let's keep going.
For those wondering what he meant by taxi, it's taxi cab fallacy. It's where you hop in the taxi cab to halfway to the destination, but you jump out before. Like, you're not paying up the final bill when the taxi cab takes you where you're going. And in this particular case, we don't think Jake is paying for his taxi. All right, let's continue.
I will argue that Jay believes in 3 gods, based on what is known in the literature as the logical problem of the Trinity. To put it simply, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are each God, but are distinct from one another. The normal method by which we would count would mean that there are 3 gods. Eastern Orthodox scholar Bo Branson states, and I quote, "The doctrine of the Trinity is central to mainstream Christianity. But insofar as it posits 3 persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, who are one God, it appears as inconsistent as the claim that 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. So the common so-called Muslim meme of 1 + 1 + 1 is right on target. I expect Jay to attempt to reply to this argument, but as we will see later, his responses will not help him and will only create further difficulties. My second argument is that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit cannot be one God because they do not possess the same power and knowledge. Orthodox Christians claim the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are one God because they possess the same energies. However, power and knowledge are energies, and they do not possess the same power and knowledge. For any power or knowledge that they do not share, they make an exception to this so-called rule in an unprincipled manner. For example, the Father alone has the power or ability to produce or cause another divine person to exist. According to Jay, the Father alone causes the Son and Spirit. They cannot have the same power if one divine person has a power that the other two lack. Therefore, they cannot be the same God if they do not have the same power. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit also do not have the same knowledge. The Father alone knows that he has the power to cause the Son and Spirit to exist. The Son alone knows, from a first-person perspective, that he is the Word who became flesh, was born, and died on the cross. Therefore, they cannot have the same knowledge. If they do not have the same knowledge, then they must be three gods, according to Jay's own standards. My third argument is called the epistemological schizophrenia of orthodoxy.
Yeah, he's running the indexicals argument right now.
We can also go a little bit, if you're able to get that slide back.
James, do you have that little 10-second little counter thing?
I don't have that option on it.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So what's interesting about this argument now,
Jay and the so-called ortho bros make a transcendental argument.
There we go. I think.
Jake sounds less angry when he's sped up. I agree.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. Okay. So now the broad outlines of this argument, I personally think could work. So the way I would argue against the Orthodox model, which I have in my debate with Joshua, right? I basically said that, look, in this model, only the Father has aseity, and the Son does not have aseity, and the Spirit does not have aseity. And in my book, anyway, aseity is intrinsic and essential to God. And any reality that lacks aseity just cannot be God because it's dependent on another. And that's the argument that I would have run on this. I don't know why Jake didn't run this argument, because he has run it against Bo Branson before, right? And maybe he didn't run it the best way, but like in principle, it's an argument that I would run against this type of Trinitarian. But what Jake went for here is the indexicals type argument. At least that was the main feature. I mean, he's trying to sort of do both at the same time. And I think there's a problem here, because when he says that the Father alone knows that, and then the Son alone knows that. So there's an assumption that God's knowledge, as I understand what he's saying, he assumes that the divine knowledge consists of propositions, right? So he thinks that the mind of God, like the type of knowledge God has, is propositional. So God's mind basically contains these like that statements.
Well, this is kind of the issue you guys ran into, right? Where you were trying to explain to him that God does not exist in the way that we account for existence, and he doesn't know things in the way that we account for knowledge. And you're trying to make the distinction between, look, you're dealing with a completely separate ontological uncreated reality, and so you cannot use our perceptive powers or whatever to attribute them to God, because these are all parts of the creation. And this kind of came up in the cross-ex as well. Is that kind of the same problem are you seeing, Doc, with there?
So it's related. It's related. But what Jake is doing here, as I understand him, and again, I'm happy to be corrected, as I'm just an observer on this, but Jake assumes that the Christian God has propositional knowledge. Yeah. Okay, that he has propositional thought content. That is Jake's assumption. So this argument on indexicals, for it to work, you have to first buy into the fact that the divine knowledge is propositional. Here's the problem. I'm not aware that most pre-modern Christians would have believed that the divine knowledge is propositional. If we take the Neoplatonic heritage of Christianity seriously, the Neoplatonists do not believe that the knowledge of the nous is propositional. Plotinus is very clear about this. The knowledge of the divine intellect, regardless of whether you see the divine intellect as in the one or after the one, the divine intellect knowledge is not by propositions. It's a direct knowledge. It's direct intuitive knowledge by presence. It's not knowledge by propositions, because propositional knowledge is descriptive of a certain state of affairs. There's a distinction between the proposition and what it refers to, which is outside the knower. Certainly, we don't want to say that God's knowledge is propositional. I don't know any pre-modern Christian that would believe that. I don't think Jay Dyer believes that. I don't think Bo Branson believes that. I've never met a Christian rooted in the classical tradition who thinks God's knowledge is propositional. Some modern analytic philosophers do believe that. And guess what? Jake believes that. Like, Jake believes that God's knowledge is tensed. It consists of tense propositions. And he further believes that when things in the world change, the tense of the divine propositions in God's mind change with the state of affairs. I know this because on Clubhouse many, many years ago, Jake said this in a room that I was present in. I mean, I was on the stage with him. So this argument does not work. It just doesn't work against a proper Orthodox or most types of Trinitarians, because you guys don't believe God has propositional knowledge. Propositional knowledge is temporalized. Propositional knowledge exists in the rational soul. Even the nous, if you believe in the nous doesn't know things propositionally.
I don't get from the reading Quran, Sirah, and like I said, I barely graduated high school, but I don't get a necessity for Allah having propositional knowledge either.
I don't know. I don't even know it. Like, it's not clear to me that Muslims even believe this over in general. I know, obviously, the Sufis, the Islamic philosophers, my tradition, the Ismaili tradition, none of us believe God has propositional knowledge. I don't think the Mutakallimun, like the Ghazali type of theologians, I don't even think they believe God has propositional knowledge, because they often say that God's knowledge is one reality. That they all say that, right? Like, God knowledge is one reality, but propositions are multiple and complex. So they would probably also deny.
That's kind of like when I asked about like training and things of that nature. Some of these things seem to be unique to Jake as he's trying to kind of deal with these concepts almost from the first time in a Western context. And it looks like he's kind of like making stuff up as he goes along, or building an airplane in the air type of thing. And it's like, maybe there was a reason that you didn't have a lot of Hanbali scholars going up against Western English speaking. Maybe there was some, it's kind of like the Muhammad hijab, Yasser Qadi discussion, like maybe like when you get to a certain type of level, you go, okay, we're not going to have those conversations, especially at the lay level where people like me can completely misinterpret it, right?
It's important to remember, too, that Jake was Quran-only Muslim for majority of his time doing apologetics. And from my understanding, it's only been like the past 5 years or so that he's been a Sunni Muslim. So it's very possible that as he became a Sunni Muslim, he's latching onto this creed, that he just hasn't dug in deep enough to understand the issues or explain the issues, which is why a lot of his opening statement was very basic.
Yeah, but I do want an answer for that, though, Andani. Is some of the, like, for example, a propositional knowledge sort of implication accusation, is this something unique to Jake? Because like I said, I don't see anything in Islamic literature. And like I said, I don't, that posits a sort of propositional knowledge from Allah. Is that something unique to him, or?
So I, based on all the research I've done, I have not seen a Muslim thinker say that the knowledge of Allah is propositional. I haven't seen it. That doesn't mean it's not true. Maybe there is, I can't say I've read every single Muslim theologian under the sun, because I obviously haven't, but I've never seen a Hanbali. Okay, let's just start with Hanbalis, like the tradition that Jake espouses. I've never seen a Hanbali say that the divine knowledge is propositional. I've never seen that. Maybe some modern Muslim may have said it, but again,
I want to be
I'm not
careful
aware.
how I said this because I can't remember the exact context. But I thought that when he sent me the paper on this indexical argument, like, I don't know, 8 months ago, I thought it was from a Western academic, and I don't think it was from a Muslim. So I think this might be something that Jake has kind of taken and adapted to the Trinity himself. But I don't want to state that with a strong confidence because I need to go back and check my messages and try to dial that down more.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't doubt, because I've heard a lot of these convos before. I don't doubt that you have modern Christian theologians making a problem of indexicals. I don't doubt that. I'm quite confident that you will find that. But what I'm saying is the argument from indexicals would only work if the Trinitarian that you are using it against believes that God has propositional knowledge in the first place.
Right. And you're
If
dealing with a guy who is not holding to a postmodern version of Christianity. Right? He's holding to a very ancient.
So I think if I were Jay
what I'm saying?
Dyer, I would just shrug and be like, I don't believe that the divine knowledge is propositional. So this indexicals thing just doesn't apply. If that's probably what Jay Dyer would do. Again, now I'm trying to think in an Islamic context, and again, I'm not aware of any Muslim saying God's knowledge is propositional. There were some early, later labeled heretics. Okay, some early Muslims at some point who believed that the content of God's knowledge changes with the changes in the world. There were people who believe that, but even there, I don't think anyone has come and said that the actual modality of the divine knowledge is propositional. So that's my only comment on this. And again, if I were Jake, and I've made this argument, and to be fair, Jake has made the argument, I would say, look, the Father has aseity, the Son does not, the Holy Spirit does not. These latter two cannot really be God. That would be my argument against the monarchic Trinity.
Dr. Andani, now you said in the monarchical model you don't. Have you seen a Trinitarian model in your mind that gives aseity to all three persons?
It seems to me that the relative identity model and the general Thomist model, that would give aseity to all three persons. Or at the very least, it would not deny the aseity of the Son. And there's this guy on the internet, I forgot his name now. It's, there's like many accounts, which is adjective plus Thomist. So one of these Thomist accounts, to his credit, saw the debate I had with Sijuade, and he wrote a Medium article responding to my objection as a Thomist, and I credit him for going through all of that. And that would be an example of a model that you could not attack with the aseity problem, at least on the face of it.
Okay, please get me that, Doc. And James, I think you should include that like in the pinned comment at top. I think that's really, really, really important.
When he puts it in, because there's so aseity is typically what's described as a great-making property, and that if God doesn't have that, then he can't be God. Dr. Sijuwadi has an argument where he argues that aseity is not necessarily a great-making property. I have contention with that myself because I think that aseity is a very important attribute of God, but I don't want to drag too much into that just because of how much more is left in the video.
Yep, let's keep going.
Therefore, they cannot be the same God if they do not have the same power. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit also do not have the same knowledge. The Father alone knows that he has the power to cause the Son and Spirit to exist. The Son alone knows, from a first-person perspective, that he is the Word who became flesh, was born and died on the cross. Therefore, they cannot have the same knowledge. If they do not have the same knowledge, then they must be three gods, according to Jay's own standards. My third argument is called the epistemological schizophrenia of orthodoxy. Jay and the so-called ortho bros make a transcendental argument claiming that orthodox theology is a necessary precondition for knowledge, logic, argumentation, etc.
You pause this right
What
here.
exactly is the argument?
Yeah, because Jay Dyer's a presuppositionalist.
I was going to
the
say, is this,
transcendental argument would be a necessary feature for him.
so this is the Eastern Orthodox presuppositionalism.
Yes.
Okay. I think it did just as well as Western presuppositionalism.
Yeah, so I would give this attack to Jake over
Agreed.
Dyer, because to me, like, I would agree with the argument. It's, this presuppositionalism, it just doesn't work. It's circular. It's
This-
cleaving and so on.
This slide right here cannot be improved upon as far as devastating to the attack is. And Jay really didn't address this directly in any sort of satisfactory way. I just think presuppositionalism is good if you're a believer already and you don't want to continue to relitigate, the gateway issues that get you into your religion. Like, okay, this is what I'm on. Okay, fine. But as far as like going out into the arena with it, I don't know, man. It's very, very hard to defend. And you end up defending the concept of presuppositionalism itself versus whatever it is you're trying to argue with. I thought Jake did a really, really good job here.
So if you read the presuppositional text from the people who do it well, what they do is they start with a presupposition and then they point out what justifies the presupposition after the fact. But what a lot of precepts do online is they say, all right, let's start with the assumption that I'm right. And if we start with that, I'm going to be right. And like you said, that's very circular. And so I wish Jay would have done a little bit more, but I haven't seen him defend it that much. So I really need to look at a few more of his videos on his presuppositional apologetics.
All right.
So do you want to skip through this slide a little bit, go to the next one, or go to Jay's opening at this point?
Well, there's no real contest on this part. I think the doc, we're in agreement that this part was, we'll give this to Jake for sure. Well done, Jake, for sure.
Okay, so let's skip ahead to the next slide. There we go.
Mediator. Without an angel, without a logos, is the creator. Logos theology is ultimately as thoroughly rejected within Nicene Christianity as within Orthodox rabbinism. Close quote. So, logos theology, so some Jews were logos theorists and others were not. However, none of them were Trinitarians. Also, some early Christians were logos theorists and some were not. Justin Martyr and other church fathers were logos theorists. But logos theory is deemed heretical by Orthodox Trinitarians. Jay and his Orthodox friends pray to dead saints who held heretical positions and did not believe Jesus was the Most High God. It seems like Orthodoxy has a problem with orthodoxy. In conclusion, ethity creed is the belief in one God.
Pause that there. Okay, so what he's talking about there, Alan Siegel's book, Two Powers in Heaven. Jay's talked about this. Obviously, Dr. Michael Heiser, rest in peace. I've talked about this. What happens is a lot of Muslims will say, your Trinity has nothing to do with Judaism. It's based on paganism. It's based on the Hellenistic influences. It's based on, Zeus. All the rest of it has nothing to do with Judaism. And so what people have done is say, actually, that's not true, because there was a strain of thought of compound unity, as Dr. Michael Brown calls it, where you have to deal with certain passages in the Old Testament that refer to Yahweh in a compound unifying fashion. We talk about this when it says the angel of Yahweh spoke to Moses from the burning bush, and then the angel, it's called Yahweh. You could say it's happening metonymically, although there are passages where there are clearly two persons. It says the Lord rained down fire from the Lord out of heaven on Sodom and Gomorrah. And so there has been a tradition, particularly during the intertestamental period, where some folks had candidates like the Archangel Michael, Enoch, etc., as this sort of second power, second divine person. Obviously, Philo has his logos, and Philo has a sort of, proto-Aryan sort of idea. The logos is sort of like a second, like the first created being that then creates everything else. which Dr. Ndani, I'm pretty sure you guys are pretty close to Philo's logos. Was it the pen?
Yeah. So you know, from my perspective, I would give this particular argument to Jake because, yes, there definitely is a logos theology among some Jews. It's in the Targum, it's in Philo, right? Arguably, it's you know, some vestige of this is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So you have logos theology. You also have like this idea where certain you have divinized humans in the Jewish tradition, right? No, Enoch, Melchizedek. There's a great book by J.R. Daniel Kirk. I may have got the first name wrong, but his name is Kirk. And it's a really good book about idealized humans, basically humans who are bearers of divine attributes in the Jewish tradition. So you have logos theology, and then you have these like divinized humans on earth. But they're still human. But so I give this to Jake because of this. This theology that has been documented, and although they call it two powers in heaven, or they call it whatever, it's not actually Trinitarian, right? The second entity, whether it's the Logos or the Enoch or whatever, they are never like ontologically identified as God, right? They are more like divine image bearers, to borrow Dan McClellan's terminology. So
doesn't Philo's logos participate in creation though?
Philo's logos is an intermediary, right, between the unknowable God and everything else.
Agree. My point is,
but there's ontological subordination. That's what I'm saying. There's ontological. There's functional divinity, right? There's functional divinity. All these figures, they exercise divine attributes, right? So that maybe even they create the world. They speak to humans, the prophets. They judge all this stuff. They have functional divinity, but they don't have ontological divinity. That's at least my observation.
Well, and the other thing that Philo would have considered heretical would have been the incarnation of the Logos. From what I've read, he would have been like, "Holy, wait, hey, what are you guys doing?" So we're not arguing, hey, the Trinity is a Jewish concept. We're not even saying that John did not introduce new concepts. We're not saying that we didn't. What we're saying is we had the seeds of this stuff. This is not completely drawn from.
I have no problem with that. And Boyarin says this. Boyarin says that the only difference between John, as John read in its historical context, and Philo is the incarnation. I'm pretty sure Boyarin said that, and I have no problem with that. But then again, I don't think the author of John is a Trinitarian. I think he has a very high Christology, but I don't think he's a Trinitarian, right? But the point I would concede is you have a clear line of development from Logos theology to Trinitarian theology. Like, it's not hard to see how you go from point A to point B. Right. It's not a radical rupture, right? There's a clear line of development. But
again, incarnating the Logos, I think is radical, right? Like that's incarnating the Logos.
Yeah, but to be fair, I'm not even sure. Like, you see, I think what John has in mind and the earlier view is more like a manifestation of the Logos, right? Because like, you guys need to also think about this. What does it mean to say that the Logos becomes incarnate? Like, you would never say, for example, that post incarnation the Logos is trapped in a body of a Jewish man, and it's no longer the principle of law and order and rationality. You would not say that. So your Logos is simultaneously in Jesus and omnipresent and transcendent.
Hypostasis.
So I don't know if even incarnation, because the Logos ontologically is not actually becoming a man. It's not like metamorphizing into a different species, right? There's something deeper going on here. So that's all I'm saying. But you see, from my perspective, I look at Philo, right? And I look at logos theology among Christians, among Jews, and I see something that I believe.
Yeah, I really want you at this point, because this is another thing. The authory stuff was fascinating, but your initial, and I wish, Jay, if you're gonna see this, please next time, no criticism. I don't have the right to criticize you, but I would like a positive sort of construction of your model. If you can real quickly, Dr. Andani, tell us your, I don't want to say Trinitarian model. It's not a Trinitarian model, but it is very fascinating, especially when you get to the pen. Go ahead, I'll shut up.
Yeah, so, my theology is, today it's known as Ismaili Neoplatonism, right? I mean, there's many things that one could call it, but that's basically my theology. It's Ismaili Neoplatonism, and it is this idea. I mean, I'm trying to find to be honest, I'm trying to find a diagram right now that I could.
The one you did with Josh was so good, good.
I'm just looking.
I'm going to put the link to that debate discussion with Josh as well. I don't know how to pronounce Doctor's last name, so that's why I'm saying Josh. So don't be angry at me, Doctor. I just don't know how to pronounce your last name.
Here. I think I should.
This is definitely going to be a very nice long debate review. We are 10 minutes in and an hour and 20 minutes into reviewing it.
Let's see. I'm just trying to find a visual I could just show you guys.
So while we're talking, I think we agree. If you say that, if you try to use the two power stuff in the intertestamental literature to say, see, the Trinity is a very ancient, old, blah, 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 like that's proving way too much. You're not going to get the Trinity from either Philo or any of the two powers stuff. But if you use the two power stuff to say, this was our theology in seed form, we absolutely added some new wrinkles to it, right? Incarnating the Logos would be one, although what does that really mean? If you do that, then fine. But if you're trying to use the two power stuff to say that there is absolutely a Trinity and that this was not that there was nothing new, even the Gospels make that clear, right? When Jesus is claiming to be the Son of Man in Daniel 7, when he says, you will see the Son of Man coming on power, blah, blah, blah. They looked at that as, okay, that's the reason we should be able to crucify you. So even in the passage from the Christian standpoint, we are saying something new that was not said before. What we're saying is that new thing was in seed form in the Jewish tradition. We did not need all the pagan stuff. Although obviously Paul being the apostle of the Gentiles, it certainly didn't hurt us either. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah. This is my worldview. I call it generally Islamic Neoplatonism, and the version of it that I hold is an Ismaili model. Ismailis, for those who don't know, are a branch of Shia Islam, Shia Muslims. So in our view, you have God who's absolutely simple, unconditioned, independent, beyond all ontic predication. Okay, so this is like the transcendent, unknowable divinity of Plotinus, the one, right? And then this God eternally originates what you guys call the Logos. We call it the universal intellect.
Okay, can you stop right there?
Yes.
Okay, so was it Nicene Christians? We've got eternal generation.
Mm-hmm. You do.
What did you say? You called it eternal?
I call it origination. That's our term.
Okay.
In Islamic thought, it's called origination.
Is that simply an aesthetic, or is there a functional reason for why you use that term instead of generation?
A generation, it's more like the Arabic word for generation is tawhid, which is used for like physical birthing and things and reproduction. So we don't want to use an anthropomorphic term for what God does, because God's act of making the Logos or the intellect exist, I mean, only God can do that. No one else can do that. It's not a replicable act or anything. So that's why we have to invent. We actually invented, the Ismailis invented a term to talk about this.
So this, the universal intellect you're calling that's the pen, right?
That's the pen in the terminology of the Quran and the Hadith. That is the pen, the qalam.
Okay. Is it correct to say there was never a time when the pen was not?
Correct. That it's correct to say that the pen, intellect, logos has always existed. It's timeless, but it's dependent. It's dependent on God.
How is that different from the monarchical construction where you have God?
Okay, so what it has in common is we have an eternal grounding relationship between the intellect and God. So that's what it has in common. But we do not attribute divinity to the intellect, right? We don't call the intellect as a member of a trinity. We don't ascribe self-sufficiency or aseity to the intellect. We don't call it God and this sort of thing.
So the property of being uncreated is not in the Ismaili worldview necessary to a divine being. So you can have the property of being uncreated and still be a sub-divine being.
No. The intellect is created. Because
in our view, like eternally, I just want to throw this word out to Vin because this might help. Think of like the term eternally begotten that Christians use, where there's no beginning and no end. It's always proceeding. I think that's what Khalil was saying.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say that the sun is created. You wouldn't say the sun was eternally created.
No, and he's not saying it's created either. He's saying that.
So we still say, but the term creation has a different sense for us than it has for you. So many people today, creation means to be brought into being temporally. That's how a lot of people understand the term created. We don't understand non-existence.
Right, yeah, to go from a state of non-existent to existence in time.
Yeah. Now for us, create anything that's created is to owe your existence to something else.
Okay. But the pen is not created in the same way that a tree is created.
That is correct. That's right. Okay. The pen is not created like trees and even the world, because those things are created through the mediation of the pen and the tablet, the intellect and the soul. But the pen itself, the intellect itself, is created directly by Allah. And that's why the pen is the most perfect creation.
But a tree has a birthday.
Yes, the tree has a birthday. I have a birthday. You have a birthday. The intellect does not have a birthday.
So there's at least two ways in which the intellect is not created in the same way the tree is created. One is that the intellect is a direct production of God.
Correct.
And two, the intellect doesn't have a birthday.
Correct. Yeah. So
I'm not seeing the real ontological distinction between our logos and your pen, though.
Okay, one day we'll have to go into that, but the distinction will be the distinction is that the first principle, what we call God, what we call Allah, right? Only that has aseity, and the intellect does not have aseity. The intellect is dependent on God. It needs God to exist. It's contingent on God, and God is independent, non-contingent.
And would you? And the pen is continually contingent, right? Like it's
the pen is always contingent, even though it's eternal. It's eternally contingent.
Okay.
Right. That's the difference. Right.
All right. Let's keep going.
The point I'm making is this logos business over here, right? It can again when Christians, if all you're saying is that, hey, our Trinity stuff was developed out of a logos theology, right? I would agree.
Yeah.
Right. But what I would disagree with, and I don't know what Jay's claim is, and Jake could have been strawmanning Dyer, I don't know. But if a Christian said, and I've heard them, all these Jews believed in the Trinity.
Yeah.
there's just no way to substantiate that. There's no historian worth his socks who's going to say that. So
yeah, if you're trying to make that do that, you're trying to prove way too much. I agree. And I think Jay actually comes out and says, no, I wasn't saying they were hardcore Trinitarians. I'm just saying that the concepts were there. All right, let's keep going.
Who is the creator of all? As for Jay and the Orthodox Christians who suffer from epistemic schizophrenia, I argue that they believe in three gods. The Father, Son, and Spirit do not have the same power or knowledge, rendering them three gods. And lastly, they have a problem with orthodoxy, as their early church fathers held to a heretical theology by their own standards. Thank you very much, and I look forward to Jay's presentation.
Could you translate for me there?
That opening and
Dr. Andani, that last part?
I mean, he was speaking really fast, but I think he was quoting a verse about the Quran saying it's like the truth has come and falsehood has perished, and it is in the nature of falsehood to perish. He's quoting something like that. It's a Quranic verse. He did it in the same debate as me. I think maybe he's practicing it, you know. So.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like he came straight out of Mecca, man. Good for you. Good for you, Jake.
He has been working on his Arabic. He's gotten better.
We continue.
And folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, want to let you know we're thrilled to have you here. We hope you feel welcome. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button, as we have many debates coming up. You don't want to miss them, so hit subscribe right now. We're going to kick it over to Jay for his opening as well.
Jake looks so serious.
Well, thanks for being with us, Jay. The floor is all yours for your opening statement.
All right, can we see the screen?
Yes.
All right, let's get into it. So I'm glad for Jake there, basically doing everything I wanted him to do in his opening statement. So he's handed me a lot of gems, and it's going to jive perfectly with what I put in my opening statement as to exactly where I knew he would go. So let's talk about Salafi Islamic absurdity, and that's of course the position that Jake represents here. And we're going to.
Yeah, I think like Jay is about to go and deconstruct a lot of. I could see Dr. Andani smiling, but I wish because Jake stepped into some landmines in his opening statement that were like very obvious and honestly surprising to me, considering the debate that he had with Doc. So I understand, like I can imagine Jay doing one of these things, like yes, but I think like it hurt him in the sense that he didn't then have the discipline to mount a positive construction of this Trinitarian model. And that's what the debate was supposed to be about. So like he accomplished what he wanted to do, sure, but I wish he would have really taken some time to because like I'm a Western Christian, so I wanted to learn their kind of construction of things a little bit, you know, as well, you know, aside from hearing, you know, Jake stuff. Jake's always great, but anyway, go ahead, James.
Look first at how one of his representative theologians that he said represents the Palamos of Islam, Ibn Taymiyyah, particularly in his book on the oneness of God, we're going to note that it's a massive Christian fail. And we're going to see that similar fails that Ibn Taymiyyah makes in understanding Christian theology basics, that Jake himself made when it came to the triad, for example, by reducing the idea of begetting to being an energy. Begetting is not an energy. So for Jake's argument to hold that he made earlier about the triad, begetting would have to be a common energy, and it's not. First of all, Ibn Taymiyyah posits at the outset of his book an eternal world existing eternally separate from God based on an infinite regress of worlds. Now, Jake has made many critiques of this view and others, so it'd be interesting to see if he rejects a basic idea in one of his basic Palamos-like theologians of the Islamic tradition. Second is Ibn Taymiyyah posits the Trinity as contradicting natural reason. This is a problem they're going to notice later on in Ibn Taymiyyah, as well as Jake, given that he doesn't understand the transcendental argument, as he made clear in his opening statement. That's going to be very relevant for where we go here in a minute. Arguing that the Trinity makes energies and attributes persons is a move that Ibn Taymiyyah makes, which is false. He attributes to us the Nestorian view of Christ as two hypostases, which is false. And he attributes to us an Arian modalist view of the Trinity collapsing person and nature and God on pages 22 to 24. Now, he may not believe those things, and you may not believe those things, but that's not our position as Orthodox. So if we're going to be arguing against the Orthodox position, you can't set up a straw man and say that you're knocking down the Orthodox position when it's the Arian or Nestorian position. Thus, Ibn Taymiyyah and Islam in general fail to understand, typically speaking, the Orthodox Trinitarian dogma. When they create a straw man as a formula as formulated in our councils, which reject Arianism and Nestorianism. This would be like me basically calling Jake a Sufi and then we're proceeding to refute that position. Jake's failed account of unity and multiplicity in Allah. This has come up in a few debates now with Jake. But what is being debated here between us is not actually a pure Unitarian position of Jake versus the threeness position that I have, but rather two different ways of accounting for unity and distinction in God. Jake would like to give the impression that his position is free from all issues that relate to multiplicity, but in passing debates, we will see that this fails. Jake believes that the attributes of God are, according to Ibn Taymiyyah's two principles, really distinct amongst themselves from God's essence. What applies to one attribute also applies to all the others and equally to God's essence. This includes affirmation and negation, true whether we know the meaning or not, except the plain meaning, as Jake said in his opening statement. Attributes are comparable to creatures in terms of perfections, which creatures partially have, while God maximally has this perfection in a way befitting him. Thus, likeness in these cases is, quote, in name only, according to Ibn Taymiyyah. Ergo, it tells us nothing, especially with Jake's nominalist empiricist position, which he admitted. We will look at this in a second, so keep that in mind. True for thee, not for me, the Jake brand. Jake believes that the attributes are really distinct and inseparable. Did you hear him say that in his opening statement? That means counting by division. But he also distinctly identifies the attributes as really distinct from each other and from the essence. That's counting by identity, which in the same boat, places him in the same boat as Trinitarians when accounting for the distinction of hypostases, counted by identity, and the divine essence, counted by division. No, I did not say that Jake thinks that Allah's attributes are persons, or that we think attributes are persons. That is Jake's straw man that he often uses in many discussions and live streams when he attempts to rebut this argument.
James, pause it, brother. Go, Doc, go.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier, right? That Jake criticizes Dyer and Orthodox for affirming three gods, and then for running away from that by counting through division, right? And then, as I said, it's a boomerang. Jay Dyer throws it right back at him. In fact, he doesn't have to throw it back. He just has to duck, and the boomerang comes right back and hits Jake in his Uthari Creed. Because now, if the Orthodox must count by identity, then the Uthari must count by identity. And now you have your 99 gods, or however many attributes you affirm. You have 99. I mean, if we're going to be precise, the critique would be that they have 99 ghair makhlukat, uncreated things. That's what they have. Now, you don't have to call it gods. You don't have to call it persons, but you have 99 uncreated somethings. And that's just as bad as 3 gods or 99 gods. It doesn't matter how many, it doesn't matter the kind of uncreated thing you have. You have multiple uncreated things. So one will wonder, how is this still monotheism? And this was a critique that, frankly, many groups have criticized the Utharis for believing this. The Shia have criticized them. The Mu'tazili criticized them. The Ismailis criticized them. The Avicennian philosophers criticized them. The Sufis have criticized them. I mean, this is not a Christian polemic against Islam. This is an intra-Islamic critique of this doctrine of real distinct attributes, which, again, Jake should have known better not to, again, in my opinion, should have known not to use this argument.
Yeah, I think what Jay said echoed what you said at the beginning, that this isn't really about polytheism versus Tawhid. It is all three of us, I'm including you, me as a Christian, Jake as the Uthari, all three of us have to find ways to reconcile the unity and the diversity. And Jake's reconciliation of that seems to be the weakest, or have the most irreconcilable, say it that way. Okay, we continue.
Yeah, and we're not.
I just wanted to show something, because I made, so on my screen, you can put that up. So this is the blog post that I wrote today. People wanted a longer review, so I did a bit of a longer review. But I did isolate this issue with counting, right? Because Dyer's clapback to Jake is correct. it seems that Dyer did his homework when he pulled out Ghazali and others, and he said, look, sometimes they count by division, sometimes they count by identity, right? So when Ghazali and Nasafi over here, when they want to say that there's only one God, right, they rely on this inseparability business, right? Oh, well, the attributes are not separable from God, so there's only one God. But when they want to say that the attributes are not identical, right, to each other, they use counting analogies. So, I mean, look at this over here. I'll just highlight it, okay? So this is Abu Mu'in Nasafi. Now, he's not a Hanbali, but the Atharis have the same doctrine on this point. So he says, God is eternal and everlasting with all of his attributes and names. God's names and attributes are not identical to him and not other than him. Okay? Now, on the face of it, it's a contradiction, but they're going to interpret this phrase as inseparable. So we should read it as God's names and attributes are not identical to God, and they're not separable from God. Okay? And look, just as in the case of the number 1 with regard to the number 10. So look at it's like the two types of counting are here, right? You have a counting by identity on, like, you have 10, and then you have a counting by division. It's like, well, they're inseparable, right? So all the, like, number 10, like I have one number 10, right? So number 10 is one number because I'm counting by division. It's one number. But then I can go into this 10 and count each unit by identity, and I have 10 units. You see, they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, there's a bait and switch. But which is fine if you can get away with it, but then Jake highlights it on the other side. So it's hard to get away with the bait and switch when you're highlighting the problem on the other side. Does he not? Anyway, go ahead. We continue. I just don't understand why you make those arguments when you're so vulnerable.
Yeah, just don't make the argument. As I said, there's many ways to argue. It's like, you know, it would be like me if I argued against Dyer, and I said, Dyer, how do you believe in two co-eternal beings with God? What if that was my critique? What would you say back to me, Vin?
We don't believe in two co-eternal beings.
But you would also say that, Khalil, you believe in co-eternal beings, like I do, right? I believe that the pen is eternal, the tablet is eternal. So it's like me criticizing, oh, you believe in two co-eternal beings, right? And when I believe in the same thing, right? This is just not a good way of arguing. So,
well, I wanted to, you know, James and I are I'm working on finding the original video with my debate with Jake, because James, I don't know if I told you this, but the pre-show, like the pre-conversation when we were deciding what we were going to discuss, there are specific issues that he refused to touch, and that's going to come out. Like when we're talking about the Quran, where, you know, he said the Quran is the eternal uncreated speech of Allah, but then in our discussion I said, is being uncreated a divine attribute? He said yes. But then later on, when I wanted to talk about the Quran, he froze me out. He didn't want to have the discussion. So that video is coming once I fix the logic board on my other computer. I'll send that to you as well, Dr. Adnani, because it's a pretty telling situation at the beginning. Okay, James, did we lose the video?
No, I took his video down, and then I have to put mine back up, so then we can go and hit play again. I was just enjoying you telling about that behind the scenes, that like 10 to 20 minutes that no one has ever seen before on that video.
Yeah. There's a couple things on there. Thank God I listened to my wife. She's like, record this.
But rather, Jake makes the same move when accounting for unity.
Oh, let me say this. It is magical that a lot of times you can talk to certain people online and videos disappear.
And distinction in God that we do, yet he calls us out on it. This is in fact Jake's guilty double standard. Furthermore, Jake and Ibn Taymiyyah are allowed to engage in affirmation claims about Allah, which we call cataphatic theology, that he would call idolatry in Christianity. Jake often states the Trinity incarnation is pagan. We will look at examples in a moment, but this illustrates another double standard where Allah's body parts are considered real but not created. foot, hand, eyes, etc. What is an uncreated foot that is nothing like a human foot? What, by the way, is a more perfect foot? Does the God foot have toenails? Isn't a foot with toenails more perfect than a toenail deficient foot? In other words, it tells us absolutely nothing and it reduces to absurdity. Also, Ibn Taymiyyah argues that God laughing is somehow more perfect than him not laughing. I'm interested to see how Jake accounts for this. It would then follow that eternally laughing is better than laughing once. So God is eternally lolling. In other words, a clown God. Remember, what applies to one attribute, according to Ibn Taymiyyah's rules, applies to all the others. If there's an infinite series of created worlds and causes, then why would we ever need a single being? Also, a position of Ibn Taymiyyah.
I really, really do not like the WWE-ification of the debate space. We don't need to do this. I'm just saying, I'm appealing to the Christians. We don't need to do this with people. I would honestly use Dr. Andani, because Dr. Andani, that was your first debate, right? It was just a straight massacre, but it was just facts. You know, you see the doc. The doc's got a little personality. We see it come out. But he maintained professionalism. And I think as Christians, we're talking about this dude's God, right? So you're talking about an eternal LOL clown. Like, I'm not a fan of that kind of posture, man. Like, especially with a dude at that intellectual level. Like, we're dealing with giants here, guys. Like, we're normal people looking at these people. Like, you got to carry it with a certain degree of respect. That's all I'm saying. We can take. Go ahead.
So let me show you guys. Let me show you something.
No, we'll pull it up so you can. Yep, go ahead and put it, and I'll add it.
Yeah.
Then just don't watch my YouTube shorts because I lay the smackdown on there.
So just on this topic of laughing, there were Hanbalis who wrestled with this. Despite the joke that Dyer made, this is a serious topic. Does God really laugh? So this is by Livnat Holtzman. She's a scholar of the Hanbali tradition. This is on academia. Okay, I'll even post it in the YouTube chat. So, I don't know if Jay read this article or not, but this was a problem for the Hanbali traditionalists, like, because God's laughter is in their texts, right? Like, God actually laughs when, like, people go to hell or something. And, they have to sort of figure this out. Like, what does this mean? And
that's why the doc was laughing at me when I was doing my little appeal to my fellow crit. Look at him. He's laughing at me right now. He's like, this poor guy doesn't know. Okay, I stand corrected. We continue. This is just getting worse.
So, that's what it says. Like, there are hadith. And again, like, it's complicated, but it's there. So,
yeah. All right.
Let the smackdown begin.
Continue.
Taymiyyah. Contingent means dependent upon something else, but it's begging the question to say that it's a single necessary being. So Ibn Taymiyyah might cash this out, or Jake, in two different ways. If it's a causal relation, then he's engaged in the quantifier shift fallacy, that every event has a cause, and so that every event has one cause. If every event is contingent, such that there's a transference to the whole, that's the parts whole fallacy. Because if every being is contingent, therefore the whole is contingent, is a non sequitur. For example, my room is made up of atoms. Atoms are invisible, therefore my room is invisible. This is a non sequitur. And this relates to the two types of argumentation that Ibn Taymiyyah thinks is rational argumentation for the existence of God. Created acts in God's essence. Jake is quick to claim idolatry in our position, but holds actual idolatrous views by positing actions in the essence of God, unless he again departs from the guy that he says is his palamos. So in Suleiman 241, the Ibn Taymiyyah and the Attributes of God, we have this pointed out that, in other words, temporal acts are contrasted with eternal acts. Jake makes this argument himself, and Jake may counter that created acts are now eternal. That is a contradiction. It also creates an attribute that contradicts Ibn Taymiyyah's principle number one of what is applied to one attribute then applies to all, meaning that all the attributes are now created and temporal, or temporal acts are eternal. It also violates Ibn Taymiyyah's principle number two, which applies to the attributes in God's which applies to the attributes applicable to God's essence, meaning that God's essence is now temporal. Idolatry, will remind you, is ascribing to creatures the divine nature or worshiping creatures as God. This may also be why Jake thinks God's knowledge is had.
So this is a very important point. I'm not happy that it was not fully like it didn't become a topic of cross-examination or audience questions, this issue. So this is a position held by Ibn Taymiyyah, okay, and it's very specific to him. And for those, again, I'm going to share my screen again. Sorry, James.
It's
but,
all good. I
it's
need
an
the
important-
practice.
Like, people should know what this is. So Ibn Taymiyyah believes in a doctrine called the voluntary attributes of God. Okay. And what that refers to is the idea, and this is an article by John Hoover. Again, it's on Academia. Let me share it in the YouTube chat. Okay. This is something that people should, well, it's not letting me share because it's too many characters. But I don't know how to.
It might not. Are you still? Do you have a mod wrench on there, Dr. Khalil?
I'm in the YouTube chat, so I don't think I'm a mod.
If you comment something and I make you a mod, then it'll let you post
Sure,
these
yeah.
links.
Yeah, go ahead. So make me a mod.
So we just got to see your post like a number 1 or something.
I
anything you want.
posted hello. Okay, I think Vin did it. So
Well, it might.
Anyway, it's fine. So here's the point. So Ibn Taymiyyah, and again, I read this.
James, if you go to the private chat, it allowed me to post the actual full link. So you'll be able to do it because you're the admin. So just go to the private side, copy it, and then paste it on the comment side.
Also, it's for the guy who's asking why I am not talking and wants me to answer the question. As he says, answer the question, fatty. Thank you for your generous reminder that I can time people out in the chat.
So on this point, so non-followers of Ibn Taymiyyah, so the more mainstream Sunnis, okay, Asharis, Maturidis, you know, their view is like, okay, God has eternal attributes, okay, like life, knowledge, power, hearing, seeing, that God is eternally qualified by those attributes. And then they say that God can perform actions in time, like punishing someone, rewarding, giving you sustenance. That's the mainstream Sunni view. Now, what Ibn Taymiyyah says is he has this idea that there are many divine actions that are temporal, okay? And he refers to those as voluntary attributes. So I don't know if this is readable, but here it says, this is Ibn Taymiyyah himself, the voluntary attributes are affairs by which the Lord is qualified, attributed, which subsist in his essence by his will and power. So God performs temporalized acts by his will and power, and when God does these, the action, which is temporal, it comes into existence, it subsists or it settles in God. That's what Ibn Taymiyyah holds. Whereas the other Muslims, the other Sunnis would say that God's temporal acts subsist in creation. So let me give you an example. Tomorrow, God enriches you. Okay, like God makes Vin a millionaire or a billionaire tomorrow. So God is doing an action, but the action will subsist in you or in the bank account or whatever he's acting on, right? That's the mainstream view. But the Taymiyyan view is God has some actions such as speaking, hearing, seeing, willing, loving, mercy, anger, and that sitting, coming, going, and that some of these actions, they don't subsist in creation, they subsist in God. Speech is the biggest example. Yeah. So the Quran, God spoke the Quran in time. Okay. So God sort of produced sound in some way. He produced speech in time, and it happened, it had a beginning, right? An origination date, and subsequent to the thing happening, the speech of God uttered in time, it now subsists in God's essence.
That's what. So is that where you have the eternal Quran?
No, so this is not an eternal Quran. This is a temporal Quran that God spoke in time. Okay.
So he's adding to his essence in the temporal?
Yes, exactly. This is the problem, that some divine actions are additive to God's essence. That's what Jay Dyer is seizing on over here. And this is a very, very good critique, because
so the voluntary attributes of Allah are attributes that Allah adds in time that affect his nature?
I don't know if they would. I don't think Ibn Taymiyyah would say that they affect his nature, but they subsist in his essence after they occur.
There's a temporal introduction of something into his essence that was not there previously.
Exactly. Those are yes. That's Ibn Taymiyyah's like very unique view. To put it in very layman terms, the God's essence gets like fatter. You know.
Yeah. Right? Like you eat calories and then you.
Yeah. So that's what Ibn Taymiyyah believes, and that's what Jake believes. And if Jake has done independent videos on this, so it's not just a straw man. This is what Jake believes, that God's temporal acts subsist in his essence. But guess what? Jake and Taymiyyah say that God's temporal acts are uncreated. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, but isn't time
to exist?
Isn't time itself? Time itself is a creation, right? So if you did something in
but
time,
they don't think time is a creation.
All right, okay. James, does any of that make sense to you?
Yes. It should also be noted that Jake, though, however, has a different view on time than standard Muslims and the Sunni tradition. Jake holds a position closer to Ryan Mullins, where God is in time in some sense. Yeah. Now, we don't have enough time to really, pardon the pun, to dig too much into that, but he doesn't hold the timeless position that I think a lot of theists would hold.
James, it's quite the opposite.
I will tell you that if you need me for another day for this, I'm down. Putting that out there for you.
So what we have here is Dyer says, and I think rightly, because this is not a Dyer originated argument, all the mainstream Sunnis have made this claim, because there was a sect long ago called the Karamis. Karrami. Karami. Okay? I'll write it in the chat. They had the same belief. Almost did the same as Ibn Taymiyyah and Jake. They believed that God's actions subsisted in himself. You can Google these guys. So they were deemed as heretics. The Asharis, the Maturidis, the Shia, the Ismailis, everybody piled on the Karamis because this belief was seen as completely absurd. And the Karamis also believe their view of God's speech, it's almost identical to Jake's view. The Karamis used to say that God's ability to speak is eternal, but God's actual uttered speech is temporal, and it subsists within God.
How is Ibn Taymiyyah Sheikhul Islam?
I mean, there are many. It doesn't take much to be a Sheikhul Islam in all cases, right? What happens is, like, sometimes the state gives the title Sheikhul Islam. Sometimes it's just later generations. So, I mean, any region could have its own Sheikhul Islam. There are numerous Ottoman era Sheikhul Islams. There's Mamluk era Sheikhul Islams. It's not like Ibn Taymiyyah is the only one with this title.
Okay, that was something I was ignorant on, right? Like I did not, because I kept hearing that term associated with him, so I thought that was something unique to him. That's good to know, because this is as I said, guys, I'm barely a high school graduate, and so if I can see these problems, that's a problem. Like, it's a problem. All right, we continue.
Okay.
This goes to Dyer. This is a good argument. Yeah.
As Joe Rogan says, back to the tail of the tape.
Through discursive propositions, and that's precisely why he thinks the indexicals argument in a debate from modern analytic philosophy applies to his ideas of God. I can
Yeah,
simply
we
reply
pointed
that
this out.
God's mode of knowledge is not equivalent to creaturely modes of knowledge. And since Jake can at will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dyer, I mean, he knew this. He saw the indexicals coming, and he just shrugged and said, well, we don't believe God's knowledge is propositional, but Jake does. Easy win.
Also, as for some of the questions in the chat, we won't be able to get to as many. I think we'll try to get some at the end. Should anybody throw any super chats out, we'll try to answer those in real time. Other than that, if you have another question for me not related to the video, shoot me an email and I'm happy to respond that way, or comment after the video. All right, let's continue.
Will invoke the idea of we don't know the modality. Well, we don't know the modality of God's knowledge. But I also might just simply deny that God's knowledge is discursive or indexical. More problems for Jake, perfectly laughing. Do the attributes of Allah considered in themselves possess aseity? This has been asked to Jake in the past, and of course, Jake has not had an answer to it. Is one attribute considered in itself less perfect than all of them compiled together, or all of them plus the essence? Remember, a lot of this theology is going to be built on perfect and less perfect metaphysical assumptions. And we're going to see in a moment that he doesn't even have the ability to get to predicating metaphysical claims at all. Why is laughing and turning his face, quote, more perfect than not? And it's actually argued by Ibn Taymiyyah in the book, the Suleiman book. We might ask, what is a more perfect laugh? Was it a perfect laugh? Was it merely a snicker? Why must we arbitrarily stop in inquiring about this meaning? If it's they will typically say, well, it's a laugh that befits the majesty of Allah. This again tells us absolutely nothing. And in fact, it's circular, because it's not telling us anything. It's just another supposed attribute that tells us that Allah is more perfect. So that's a circular claim, which even Ibn Taymiyyah rejects circularity. If being is part of what it is to be perfect, then God must be seen to be perfect. Yet Ibn Taymiyyah says that God cannot be seen. Even Suleiman notes in the book on Ibn Taymiyyah, page 252, this is a flat out contradiction. And again, we're going to see tons and tons of contradictions when it comes to basic ideas about predicating about God. What is the a priori idea, by the way, of metaphysical perfection here? Where does Jake derive it? How do we know this? Well, it turns out it gets even worse, because Jake, Ibn Taymiyyah's epistemology, as he noted, is an empiricist nominalist epistemology. Jake's position cannot get off the ground in terms of predication at all. And if this argument holds, all of his argumentation about Tawhid will then fail. This is because Jake has put his metaphysical cart before his epistemic horse and is engaging in a host of unjustified, arbitrary, and contradictory claims. Empiricism is the view that knowledge arises from sense data or relations of ideas. Nominalism is the view that universals have no real existence. And for Ibn Taymiyyah and for Jake, they're purely mental and solely particular. A committed nominalist, however, must grapple with the following problems. There's no empirical perception of, quote, necessity, being, cause, or any other metaphysical claim. This then undercuts all of his theology and theology claims. There's no empirical perception of the peripatetic axiom, the idea that what's in the mind derives from sense data. This is a position that Ibn Taymiyyah holds. There's no empirical perception of, quote, reason, or, quote, self-evident truth. We note that Ibn Taymiyyah affirms self-evident truths, as most Sunni do as well, and I assume Jake does as well. There's no empirical perception of the universal that is abstracted by the intellect through the phantasm, something cribbed from Aristotle, also present in Ibn Taymiyyah. The universal is thus not a universal if it's only merely particulars. I forgot to put the footnote there, but I can add it. There's no empirical perception of, quote, perfection, meaning all the arguments that hinge Allah's perfection on maximally creature-like perfections also then fail. There's no empirical perception of identity over time. If you're an empiricist, these arguments are arguing. By extension, no perception then of meaning over time. In other words, I can just take Hume's critiques of identity over time and apply them to Jake's position, which is a not consistent empiricism. It turns out, actually, David Hume's empiricism is way more consistent, and that's why we can use these arguments. In fact, Jake might think this isn't fair, since this is a debate about Tawhid and Trinity, but again, he brought up transcendental argumentation, so I don't feel unfair now. But if all this about predicating about the attributes is based on a faulty epistemology of naive empiricism and a faulty metaphysic of nominalism, then every sentence Jake makes fails to be justifiable or even coherent, as all predication itself is now impossible, much less divine predication. Indeed, the Oxford Handbook of Islam even notes that Ibn Taymiyyah is a Hume and a Locke before Hume and Locke. Thus, as such, he will be subjected to the exact same critiques that we make of Hume and Locke. Ibn Taymiyyah, principles of reason are self-evident. On page 196, we're told it's Ibn Taymiyyah's view, and I assume Jake's as well. It's a form of classical foundationalism where the first principles in terms of reasoning are self-evident. According to Ibn Taymiyyah, they require no justification. If this is the basis of his reasoning in general, and by extension of the theological reasoning of Quranic explanations, then we see no basis for this assertion. If Jake can be arbitrary, so can I. Jake, I can just claim that the transcendental argument requires no justification. It just is the case. Now, I don't actually think that, and I'm going to address your misunderstanding of the category error that you made between logical and metalogical argumentation, but that'll come later. what is the non-self-referential, non-circular basis for you as a kind of foundationalist for thinking that the principles of reasoning are self-evident? What determines self-evidence? If it's based on something else, then it's no longer self-evident. If it's not based on something else, then there's the problem of arbitrariness. Furthermore, there's the criteria problem. What is the more fundamental principle by which you classify self-evidence from non-self-evident truth? Example, for example, IT admits many passages that are disputed in the Quran in terms of their meaning, yet we're told that the plain, simple meaning is accessible to all and becomes extremely complex, however, when we see Ibn Taymiyyah lay out 4 rules for knowing when it's figurative versus the plain meaning. Now, this, you can see, was a huge source of dispute between him and Dr. Khalil in their debate, where they were trying to figure out between various Quranic texts, the pen, the tablet, this, that, the hand, the foot, what's literal, what's figurative. And well, Jake says, look, we're going to go to the rules laid out by my scholars. How do we know that those rules are the correct rules? In other words, it's just moving the problem back a step. Given that Jake rejects the incarnation as a pagan contradiction, we can return to the body parts, which are clearly anthropomorphic. Attributes are claimed to have a practical teaching, a value that would be useful for 7th century Arabs and Jews or even Christians hearing the text. Yet the plain meaning is championed by Ibn Taymiyyah and the Salafi. It's based on analogy or likeness that is immediately divested of all the meaning, making the statements empty and contradictory. Hand, foot, face, laughter above the throne, descent to the lowest heavens are all, quote, affirmed and then stated to be unknown in modality. In other words, the God foot is a foot that befits Allah, but it's nothing like a human foot. Even Suleiman notes of Ibn Taymiyyah that he plainly contradicts himself here on body parts on page 331, as well as on the notion of creaturely and divine perfections on page 252. It is a hand that's unlike empirically known hands, is basically what we're saying here. Yet we're expecting every person in this century to just simply know that, well, clearly it's not talking about a creaturely hand, even though we are empiricists. And so lastly, I would note that the Trinity is a doctrine that is not far-fetched. Basil in letter 234 says the energies come down to us. And then monarchical Trinitarianism, which I think we'll get into, my time is running out, is a combination of counting by unity, by division, and identity.
With that, I want to say first.
Sorry, I paused it for a second. It should be noted that he spent so much time addressing Jake's position that he had to stop, it looked like early in his presentation, before he got into his defense of the Trinity.
Yeah.
So maybe if he timed his opening statement out just a little bit better, maybe we would have gotten more of that in this video.
Well, that's what I said, is that Jake stepped into the potholes that were he just left those holes so wide and gaping that I don't think that Jay had the discipline to not jump on it so early. You see what I'm saying? Some of those things, like I wish you would have saved for the cross-ex. For example, the voluntary attributes. I would have really loved to see Jake defend that in the cross-ex directly. You see what I'm saying? So like a more like clear monarchical, Trinitarian, robust sort of. I mean, honestly, Dr. Andani's pattern should be the pattern. Make your opening statement, regardless of the potholes, and then when he runs into it, just recommend the cross-ex. He did talk about, and I wanted to talk about it because this is where the clip is with Dr. Andani. Jay talked about the attributes of Allah being Asay, and the entire argument between the aseity of Allah's attributes. I actually have that clip.
Go ahead and share your screen and I will pop it up. And
because you could see this in the cross-ex, and it's really, you could really tell that, Jake is having a really difficult time. And you can also tell that that the doc is like not gonna let him off. I was like, yo, this is kind of like a mercy type of situation, like in baseball back when we were kids. If you were beating the other team 15-0 by the second inning, they would just call the game. All right, so where do I do the screen share?
You should
be able to click right there.
Yeah, present, and then you'll click that, and then hopefully we hear the audio. If not, you'll have to send me the clip.
All right, so I just hit present.
Yeah, then it'll pop up and you go to which screen you want to present.
Yeah. Share screen. Hold on for a second. Select the tab to share. I want to share that tab.
While he's doing that, please click the like and subscribe button. That helps.
Okay, can you guys see that?
Yep, we can
All right.
see it now.
All
So
right,
try
let's see
hitting play and we'll see if we get audio.
Do the attributes depend on God's essence, or are
Can you guys hear that?
Yep.
Okay, Doc, could you hear that?
yeah.
Okay,
I
so here it goes, guys.
Are they ase necessary in themselves?
What do you mean by depend?
Does the existence of an attribute of Allah depend on the essence?
In the same way that for you, the existence of creation or God's existence depends on the existence of creation.
Okay. Dr. Andani never said that. He never said that Allah was dependent on his creation. He never said that. Doc, do you want to add anything, or do you just want me to keep hitting play?
Yeah, I mean, I never said that, but like, if I did say that, which he would say is wrong, is he now admitting that he also believes something that's wrong? Like, is that, like, I don't know what he's playing at with the answer. Are you saying that you're as incoherent as me?
That's a too quick way. but like, this was one of the things that surprised me, because you were arguing a compatibilist necessity for the creation of the world based on God's nature. And he was saying that you were denying God's divinity or sovereignty because it couldn't have been any other way, which now makes a lot more sense to me when I consider these voluntary attributes from Ibn Tim. This is mind-blowing stuff, man. I got to tell you. We continue.
I just mean either the attributes depend on God's essence or they don't. Which is it?
Yes, in the same way that you would say that God's existence depends upon creation.
I don't say that, though. So I want a clear answer. So I'm saying
Yeah,
that
you just said that before.
I didn't say that. Well, there's a tape here, so we'll watch.
Exactly.
So I'm going to take it that you said the attributes depend on the essence to exist. Okay?
I didn't say that.
You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again. Are the attributes of Allah, are they ase or not ase?
That's a different question. Are you conflating?
Okay,
dear listener, it's not a different question. I promise you, before God, the Lord Jesus Christ, and all the angels, it's the same question. And Jake knows it, because as I said, it took me 5 years to graduate high school. So if I know it, Jake knows it. I promise you we continue.
I'm changing the question. Answer my question.
Why are you changing the question?
Because that's my right. Answer my question.
Okay, so what's your new question?
I already stated it. Moderator, he's just evading here. He's not answering my questions.
What's your question?
Perfect.
Are each distinct divine attribute, is it dependent on God's essence or is it ase?
Depends what you mean by depend.
The divine essence is the necessary and sufficient condition.
Okay, my point in showing this is to say Jay addressed that like for 5 seconds and then moved on. Like I said, there were so many potholes in Jake's presentation that it was hard to deal with all of them. But this is, you save it for the cross-ex, Jay. You're a debate extraordinaire, but we would have seen another round of this if Jay would have held him to the fire, because Jake was obviously just waiting for the clock to get to zero during the cross-ex section here. He was in a lot of trouble and he knew it.
Yeah, I noticed that
and
too.
you're not.
I noticed that in this debate, and I noticed it in the debate with Jay, depending on how far we get into their back and forth, where he's very good at running out the clock. You ask him a question, what do you mean by this and what do you mean by that, so that I can answer your question?
100%. And what the doc did was, answer the question. That's it. Unfortunately, that's how you have to run these. We continue.
About to ask me a question. I want an answer now, or I'm going to take it that you forfeit the question because you cannot defend your creed.
I answered you. I said it depends what you mean by depend.
You have not answered my question. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm going to give you one more chance.
Listen, I'm able to respond, or am I not?
You're not responding. You keep
saying
I've
am
answered
responding.
already.
It depends what you mean by depend. Is it that you have a special definition of dependence that I don't share, and that you can't proceed with your argument unless?
Okay, just for more context, Jake by this time had already done a debate with Dr. What's the guy's name, James? I'm sorry, the Eastern North
Bo
Branson.
Bo Branson.
Yeah,
And the
and he had a
entire-
whole argument. He had a whole argument about the son depending on the father. Like I could go back and play the video from the Branson debate where Jake mentions the term depend, dependent, all this stuff. And then 3 weeks later, he doesn't know what the word depends means anymore. He just
Thank you.
forgot.
The entire locus of that debate was relative to the aseity of the son and the implications therein. And Jake masterfully, I don't think that he beat whatever, but he clearly understood the concept of aseity and the ramifications of that when you're talking about God in the prime. So,
but the reason why he ran away from this is he made the argument against Bo that I said I would make. If the son depends on the father, the son
Correct.
is not really divine. So
Right.
I took the argument and applied it to his divine attributes. And then Jake would eventually have to concede that the divine attributes are dependent on God, right? And therefore they're not divine, like the son is not divine. And then his Tawhid sort of collapses.
right. And again, this was 21 days after that debate. The doc is asking this question, and now we don't know what aseity means. It depends on what depends means, blah, 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 blah.
Yes, I
Right.
agree with your definition. Is that your problem?
You have already used the term depend throughout the process. So you define dependence and you tell me, do the attributes depend on the essence or not?
I just told you in the sense that you just said that creation depends on God and
I
that God
never
depends on
said
creation.
creation depends on. Okay, hold on. So just let's make some breakthrough here. So creation depends on God. I said that, yes? Are you saying that the attributes depend on the essence the same way creation depends on God?
I'm saying there's a counterfactual dependence.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. So this is irrelevant. Do the
No, it's not
attributes
irrelevant because you asked me about
are
dependence.
they say or not? You're not answering the question.
You asked me about dependence, and I'm answering you. I'm saying there's a counterfactual dependence
Okay,
of
let
one not
me
existing
define it
without
for
the
you.
other.
Let me define it for you. I say creation cannot exist by itself. It can only exist if God first exists. Okay, and
Is that a
provides-
counterfactual dependence?
It doesn't matter what counterfactual dependence doesn't cover this. I'm
Questions
talking
should be
about
one way.
I'm talking about grounding relations. Okay, God is the ground for the existence of the first intellect. Would you agree that God's essence is the ground for the attributes? Grounding relations are one way.
So now you're asking about grounding relations. Is that
Yes.
what you meant by dependent?
Yes,
all
are
along?
the attributes
These are not different questions.
The
There's
same
the
question.
same question. He's saying what grounds what? What is dependent on what? What is contingent on what? Those are all the
He
same
knows.
question.
See, he knows because I already revealed the play in the opening statement. He knows that as soon as he says X is dependent on Y, then X is a creation. He knows it, and that's why he doesn't want to give a commitment either way.
I think the other problem is, when I started listening to debates, it was in the early 2000s. And so if you wanted to see a previous debate, you had to do a lot of research. You had to buy you had to buy the video. Sometimes you couldn't get to it. Now, all your debates are online, so we can see what you said 3 weeks ago. We know that you're familiar with the concept of aseity because we saw what you did 3 weeks ago. So I'm not going to keep playing this, but it just kind of went that way the entire time for this particular section. And that just shows you Jay listed 58 million things that were wrong or vulnerable with Jake's position. But this is the kind of clarity that you unfortunately have to do with Jake because he kind of forces you to be this way. I'm not sure if this is your normal disposition, Doc, to be like, no, answer my question. But that's where you got pushed.
It was like talking to a child,
It was so clear that he was just trying to, stall for time. Go ahead, James. Let's keep going.
Yeah, we can. Now, do you want to do the rebuttals, or do you want to go and fast forward to where they're asking each other the questions after this?
Well,
What do you
I think
think?
maybe one round of rebuttal would be good.
One round? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
First, thank you to both of our guests for those opening statements. Folks, you can find our guests linked below. I encourage, even if you don't agree with them, this is a great opportunity. You can learn their positions firsthand by checking out their links in the description box. Also, want to let you know for tonight, we have a limited Q&A, as this debate's going to be a pretty long one. So want to let you know for the Q&A, we won't get to every single question. We do want to ask, one, if you do a super chat, we're going to read super chats that are $5 or more. And if you submit a question where it's not a super chat, just a standard question, we're going to try to get to those, but no promises, because we do want to let these guys out by a decent time tonight. But with that, we're going to jump right into the rebuttals. Thank you very much for those openings, gentlemen. And Jake, the floor is all yours for your first 10-minute rebuttal.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say at the outset, Jay's opening statement was very interesting. He spent the entire 15 minutes attempting to attack my position, which I'm going to show in just a second that he did a very poor job, because he's so ignorant of our position. He doesn't understand what we actually believe. Nevertheless, he barely went through any detail during the 15 minutes of explaining what Orthodox theology is and what that actually teaches. So the audience and myself, if I didn't have these, about 50 books of Orthodox theology, I wouldn't know what the hell Jay's position actually is, because he didn't go into any significant detail to talk about his own position. Whereas I did. I tried to manage my time to speak about half the time about my own position and half the time about my opponents and critiquing his position. So I wish Jay would have spent more time on his own position, but of course, as we'll see, it's very difficult to do so because he can't defend his own position. And I just want to point out that Jay makes so many mistakes about what he thinks Ibn Taymiyyah's position is, what he thinks Athari or Salafi Aqidah or Creed is, and I'm going to try to point that out as we go along and when we get to cross-examination section, one by one. And I just want to explain this to the audience. It should really be of no surprise, because Jay himself, and people were wondering, why did he delay this debate? Well, he delayed the debate because he told me that he was incapable of having the debate unless he was able to read one text that was an unreleased text in English. Okay, so this is a guy who just started reading about Ibn Taymiyyah and Athari Creed 2 weeks ago, and he thinks he's now an...
I wanted to pause it there,
Yeah.
and Dr. Khalil wants to pause it there as well, too. I'll make this short and then let Dr. Khalil put his bow on it. This point got brought up several times in the debate. I wish that more people would do what Jay Dyer did and pause having a debate till you read like the newest and the best sources on that particular subject. That's not a point of running. That's a point of pride. That's saying, hey, I want to represent your position to the best of my ability. So I'm going to get the newest and the best information I can.
Yeah, I was thinking this when I saw this. There is no shame in saying I am not prepared to debate you on this topic because I haven't done the research yet. So give me more time so I can do the research. Like, what is the problem with that? Isn't that how we should all be? I mean, when people ask me, hey, can you give a guest lecture on XYZ? I may have to say, sorry, I can't do it. I don't know enough. That's like proper intellectual practice. I don't know why Jake would attack Dyer for something like that. It's good that he waited. I know the book that he's talking about, because I also got a copy of that book because I was curious as well to see, have I understood Ibn Taymiyyah properly? There's not a lot of good English language stuff on Ibn Taymiyyah, and I waited for the book, and I also read the book, when it came out.
Well, I think that this entire disposition, this exchange, explains a lot of Jake's deficiencies. This explains why he comes up with these novel arguments like assuming, we have a propositional understanding of knowledge with God, assuming, not understanding the difference between libertarian free will and compatibilist free will, which would have resolved that tension that he kept constantly bringing up to try to defend himself with the Isaiah question. There's just a lot of situations where it's like, and to your point, James, he started out as a Quran only guy, and then he moved away from that, but he's only recently come into this, and he's out in the world, man. He's on Bet David and all the rest of it. Congrats, good for you. Like, build up your YouTube channel. That's great. I hope you make a lot of money. But like, this attitude of like, I am going to debate and I don't need to show up armed with the most knowledge possible. explains why Jake got completely annihilated by the doctor, and why a guy like me can put him in a pretzel with my little, fourth grade table, right? It's because you got to read and learn what your interlocutor is saying and what they actually believe. So I looked at this as Jake's number one, sort of endorsement of Dyer. Like that, this is Jake doesn't realize this is a point of respect. Anybody that's intellectually honest or curious is going to say, well, okay, Dyer, you put knowledge and facts over your ego. Well done. But Jake is so lacking in self-awareness, he doesn't understand how that's all coming off.
And the other thing is, I mean, this guy, this is Jake Brancatella, he goes and like debates everybody, right? He was debating Christians before he had really settled on a Sunni creed. Imagine you go and tell all these Trinitarians you're wrong and your beliefs are flawed, but you haven't actually settled on your belief system, your theology, which is a bit ridiculous, right? Like this is it's not a good faith way of arguing. And then furthermore, he goes from I take from all the Sunni creeds, pick and choose buffet approach, to I'm Athari, to I'm Salafi. Like this has been his evolution. It's almost like every year or so there's a new position, right? Because in 2021, I don't think he had committed yet in 2021 to anything. In early 2022, maybe late 2021, possibly, he's Athari, like the non-cognitivist position. And then in mid 2022, he's Salafi, right? So how do you go bounce around like this? And I know like Jake, at least in 2022 and prior, he's not at the reading level where he can read a classical Arabic text like I can, right? And by read, I don't mean recite a nice pronunciation. I mean read an actual text and understand what it says. For our debate, I was reading the Arabic texts that Jake was reading summaries of in translation. So it's interesting to me how you can like jump around from this theology to that theology and go argue with other people with such little amount of reading.
Well, I had a friend, he was a pastor in a church and he was on a board of elders and he was having a problem with one of those guys. And eventually the dude was saying like, yeah, I'm not really sure about basic doctrines like the resurrection, Trinity, things like that. And he's like, I'm still working them out. I'm still figuring them out. And I said, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. The only thing is you can't be a leader, bro. If you don't know, because it says in the scripture about a deacon and elder that he has to hold the mysteries of the faith with a clear conscience. And there's also a warning in the scripture not to prematurely raise up a new convert lest he fall into the snare of the devil. It's pride, it's arrogance, it's all that thing. Jake is obviously gifted, supremely gifted individual, one of the most gifted folks on the internet. But this is one of those times when his novelty and the fact how new he is to this religion is really getting exposed. And the problem is it's getting exposed in real time because he keeps putting himself in these situations where we now have an eternal record of his own evolution as a Muslim. Like he hasn't been able to personally be a Muslim, imbibe all that info, because anytime he gets a new whatever, he's out there debating, trying to destroy people, whatever. And so like he doesn't have the time to develop his own faith. And then when he runs into somebody that's educated, it's over with.
Yeah, there's videos you can find online where he is arguing as a Quran-only Muslim that Sunni Muslims are going to hell. Yeah. And that's the main theme, Sunni Muslims taking the hadith. So I don't think it's a stretch when we're talking that Jake, being newer to his position as far as hadith goes and being a Sunni Muslim, is causing him some issues when he goes to debate this. And another excellent point you made is that he's focused so much on arguing the Trinity and incarnation and Christian theology and learning that that he hasn't dug into enough of his own position to explain what he means by literal, metaphorical, and his theory of language.
I mean, honestly, what he should do, honestly, is find a dude like Andani and just be quiet for 2 years and just learn. And I guarantee you, if he came back after 2 years of just being quiet and learning, he'd be a problem. You know, I'm saying that as a Christian, but this right here, like, if you don't, if you gotta humble out. We're in 2024. I can't believe I'm sitting in a room with this dude right now. Like, this this dude is Harvard educated, published, peer reviewed, and just talking to us like a normal person. Like, Jake, you have these people available to you. And I guarantee you that if you humbled out and reached out to these people, they would absolutely take you under their wing and give you probably hundreds, thousands of dollars worth of education for free. See, here I am, like, volunteering Andani's services to poor Jake. We continue.
All right, let's play.
That means go, Jake.
The audience all about it. It's honestly a complete joke. Okay, so now let's get to some of what Jay actually had to say here. He says that Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't understand Orthodox Trinitarianism. Well, nobody would at this point because you didn't really explain it. But nevertheless, what Ibn Taymiyyah says about Orthodox Trinitarianism is irrelevant to this debate. I didn't cite Ibn Taymiyyah as an argument against Orthodox Trinitarianism. I gave arguments in which I've made numerous times, and you haven't responded to any of them, in which you should have been able to preempt in your opening statement, because I've been repeating them for 5+ years. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, Jay makes a big to-do about nominalism. Now, I actually appreciate that, Jay, and that's why I spent a significant portion of my time speaking about our position of nominalism, because I think it's a clear difference between the two views. If nominalism is true, then Orthodox Trinitarianism is necessarily false. And I think even Jay Dyer would have to agree with this. Why? Because they conceive of the universal that the three persons share, or the essence as a universal that the three persons share. Well, if there are no such things as immanent universals, then quite literally the Trinity cannot exist. Now, Jay makes it seem so obvious, as if these things, such as universals, these entities, and so if people don't know what they are, right? You know, you can see this piece of paper here, this white piece of paper. The idea that Jay Dyer wants us to believe, that he thinks is so obvious, is that there is something, can you picture, people? There's something in this piece of paper that is actually identical to the white stripes and the whiteness in my color and my skin complexion. That's what Jay Dyer wants us to believe, is that there's this thing that's a universal whiteness, which exists, that is partially at least identical in the paper and also in Jay's forehead. Well, if he thinks that that's so obvious, I'd like him to give an argument for that, because based upon Occam's razor, we should not be postulating entities beyond necessity. Jay Dyer has given no argument for the existence of these so-called Aristotelian immanent universals. And this is going to be a big difference between us going up. So I at least appreciate Jay having enough sense to know and understand that.
Let's just pause it here.
To do about nominalist predication.
Okay, so as I understood it, Dyer was not arguing, like, this is not a debate over universals versus nominalism, right? Dyer was saying that if you are a pure nominalist, then you have all these problems.
Let's define nominalism, so we can look at the dichotomy, so we can get more context, Doc.
So, I mean, this is an age-old debate that still continues today. So, let's try putting it in simple terms, right? So the belief in universals would be this notion that certain qualities that we observe in created things, redness, triangularity, circularity, even attributes like life, power, mercy, honesty, these qualities, right? Do they exist in a universal way, such that all white things, all white objects, regardless of the shade of white or the type of white, do all white objects really partake in a universal quality, whiteness? Right? That would be the idea, that there's a universal whiteness, and various white things, white shirts, white skin, white snow. These all really they really participate in, and they really carry this universal whiteness within them to some degree or another. That would be the notion of universals, right? And you would say there's universal colors, maybe there's universal shapes, there's universal virtues, stuff like this. And that's like a very sort of well-known sort of worldview. Like Aristotle believed in this type of universals. Many of the Islamic philosophers believed in universals, right? Aquinas believes in universals, and they have a sort of moderate. They have like something known as like moderate realism, where universals do exist, but you can only find them either in particulars or in abstracted from particulars in the human intellect. That's like a typical Aristotelian Thomist understanding of universals, which many people held. The other view, the counter view, would be nominalism, where there are no universals whatsoever. Okay, there are no universals whatsoever. All you have is particular objects, and that's it. And therefore, the white snow actually has nothing in common with white skin and white shirts, right? Nothing in common. You're only just, you may be projecting universal idea of white, but it doesn't really exist.
Got it.
Everything is a bare particular. That would be a pure nominalism. Now, the reason why this is being brought up is today the people of Jake's persuasion, as far as I can understand it, they claim to be nominalists in order to escape the prima facie implication of using the same language like hand and foot and face and eyes to describe God and to describe creatures, right? They're using common language, and then they want to say, no, but we don't believe in universals, so there's no such thing as a universal hand, and there's no such thing as universal eye. The problem with the move, one problem is what Jay Dyer points out. A denial of universals of any kind sort of undermines all of our knowledge, right? Because it would mean that you actually can't really gain knowledge by induction.
Right.
Because induction, your sample is particulars, and there's no way you can go from knowledge of what's true of the particular to like everything within that class. So you just can't do that because there are no universals, right? So induction is undermined if you are a pure nominalist.
Right.
And deduction is also undermined. I mean, a lot of human knowledge processes are undermined when you deny belief in universals whatsoever. So Jake makes this move, right? Because he's trying to get out of a problem. But it's actually not clear that Ibn Taymiyyah was a pure nominalist either. So I'll show you something. This is from an academic article on Ibn Taymiyyah by a German scholar. The name of the scholar is Ank von Kogelegen. Okay, and this is a page of his book. So I'll share my screen if James wants to put this on soon. So I'll share my screen. This is just a page from this German scholar's article. Now look what it says. So he says here that the most striking congruity between Ibn Taymiyyah's teaching and the theories of the philosophers, however, is the tenet of an extramental existence of the universals in the particulars and man's principal capacity to gain a true concept of them. This adherence to moderate realism stands in sharp contrast to his nominalistic attitude of denying any extramental existence of universals whatsoever in the course of his direct rejection of the real definition and the rules of syllogistic logic. So what this author is saying is that actually Ibn Taymiyyah, when you read him fully, according to this author, he doesn't reject universals altogether. Okay, he is actually a moderate realist. A moderate realist would be closer, not exactly identical, but closer to the Aristotelian view that universals do exist, but they don't exist out there floating around. They exist only in particular things, but nevertheless, there are these universal qualities that are shared among particulars. And according to this German scholar, this is actually Ibn Taymiyyah's view. So Ibn Taymiyyah is not, according to this reading, a pure nominalist.
Yeah, but
which Jake is going with.
What's the logo so for Taymiyyah that makes the distinction between that and actual universals? So, like, what's the logic where for Taymiyyah where he's nominalist in some areas but universalist in some exceptions? Like, how? What's
so
the standard?
He's more like, you could say that's why they're calling Taymiyyah a moderate realist, as opposed to, you know, a very strong realist,
a pure nominalist, or
he's not a pure nominalist according to this book. Taymiyyah is not a pure nominalist.
But it seems that Taymiyyah believes that he can it's kind of like the same spirit of Jake, where he's like, oh, Allah, let's invent this idea of voluntary attributes. So now I've got this entirely new category of voluntary attributes, and now he's kind of moderating realism because now I've got a problem with pure nominalism. I've got to mitigate those issues. So I'll just come up with something in the middle. It's kind of ad hoc almost a little bit, but okay.
Yeah, it's inconsistent. So anyway, I just want to point this out because that's important. I think Dyer is correct that if you are a super nominalist, right? How can you really know anything? Like, technically your knowledge would only apply to one particular and the next particular, and there are no universal principles or laws to be known. And there is a movement in the philosophy of nature by people like, I think his name is Stephen Oderberg. I forgot the first name. Oderberg is one of the main philosophers of this. He wrote a book called Real Essentialism, and basically this idea of universals to some degree is coming back, you know. Otherwise, you can't, like scientific knowledge is undermined if you don't believe in universals like whatsoever, if you're a pure nominalist. Well, a lot of knowledge is undermined. What about mathematics, right?
I was gonna ask, how do you even argue for Tawhid if you're a pure nominalist?
Yeah, so you could try and you could say, I'll tell you one thing, that Ibn Taymiyyah, right? He rejected the contingency argument. I'll put this on the screen. So this is also from Ibn Taymiyyah. This is his own words quoted in the same article that I was showing before, right? So here you can show this. So Ibn Taymiyyah says over here that the syllogistic argument for God as the necessary being, right? The contingency argument, which, by the way, Jake and Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, they all love this argument. They all try to use a contingency argument, but Ibn Taymiyyah says over here that the syllogistic contingency argument does not prove the existence of God at all. It only proves the existence of existence in general, but not the existence of God, because for Ibn Taymiyyah, God is a particular, right? And syllogisms for Ibn Taymiyyah, the categorical syllogism does not deliver or yield any knowledge of particulars. So it seems like for metaphysics, Ibn Taymiyyah is a nominalist for metaphysics, but on basically empirical sciences and mathematics and law, he's a moderate realist.
Yeah, that seems to be the mitigator, right? Like, anytime it's theology, we can speak in universals, and then math and things outside of that will be nominalists, but then we'll criticize people's theology at the nominal level, even though my theology is universal. Okay.
Yes, so it seems like Ibn Taymiyyah wanted to. He had theological objections to what Ibn Sina and the philosophical tradition does. So he says, "Oh no, I'm a nominalist for this. Oh, your syllogism will not work." But then on practical matters of like empiricism and empirical knowledge, legal arguments about, you know, like if you know, for example, the Quran forbids wine, and then you could make an inference and say, well, therefore beer is also forbidden, right? Because like wine is forbidden, wine is an intoxicant, intoxicants are forbidden, therefore beer is forbidden, right? So this is a qiyas of some sort. It is a sort of a argument, right, from particular to the general.
Yeah.
Ibn Taymiyyah would accept that argument, right, in Islamic law. So here he on Islamic law, on mathematics, and on basically knowledge of the world, Ibn Taymiyyah, according to this German author, is a moderate realist.
Yeah, but how can you separate fiqh from theology?
Yeah, this is the problem, right? I think this is the inconsistency that we're seeing. That there is an inconsistency here. Yeah.
Fiqh, just describe real quick what fiqh is.
Fiqh is the science of deriving the understanding of God's law, God's rules, right, from scripture.
Right. So the ban on Hummer is specific. It's wine.
Yeah, the Quran, from the Quranic perspective, right? Only wine is haram. The Quran doesn't mention other things. So if you didn't have some other hadith to ban all intoxicants, you would have to perform qiyas, which is like what the Hanafis would do. So the Hanafi school would say, okay, the Quran prohibits wine, grape wine. However, there is an analogy between grape wine and beer because they both intoxicate. And if wine is prohibited because it's an intoxicant, then, you know, all intoxicants would be prohibited.
But if I was being a pure nominalist,
yeah, then you couldn't really say that.
Dr. Andani, that is talking about Hummer, and I am drinking 100 proof. I'm drinking 100 proof Everclear, so I'm good.
Yeah, you could. You know, you could. So it's a weird sort of argument when they try to become pure nominalists, but they don't realize, the Atharis or the Salafis, they don't realize that the problem with their God talk of foot and hand, it's not a problem that is brought to you by believing in universals. It's a problem in what you're saying. It's your language, right? It's the fact that you're making a predication and insisting on using these language terms. That's the problem. It has very little to do with the universals and particulars.
Yeah, let's continue. I thought that was a very important point that most normal people like us would have missed without you really fleshing it out. But now, like, we can see at a real practical level that we can put our hands around, like, this is not working. Go ahead, James.
I don't know if Jay has done any reading on nominalism. I assume that he has with all those books behind him, but I'd like him to show me an argument from an actually scholarly source that says that nominalist predication is meaningless, that unless there is this weird thing, which is a universal that is partially identical in this white piece of paper and in Jay's beautiful forehead over there, unless there is something partially identical in them, it makes no sense to say that Jay's forehead is white and this paper is white. Now, does the public and the people watching think that that's a convincing argument? No, Jay needs to give an argument for his position. He has not given any argument for his position. So until he can give an argument for the necessity of these types of universals, we can simply dismiss it. Now, that ties into everything that he was saying about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he's mocking about God having so-called body parts. Well, if he's actually read the Farid Suleiman source that he desperately needed to delay the debate in order to read that, he would actually see that Farid Suleiman explicitly says, as I quoted in my opening statement, that the idea that Ibn Taymiyyah's conception of God is overtly anthropomorphic is completely untenable. And he cites numerous sources and gives arguments for that throughout the book. So Jay can say he disagrees with that, and it's fine. But on the one hand, you can't claim that Jake and the Ethari saying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a hand is completely meaningless, and on the other hand, say that it's teshbih, or it's likening God to creation and having body parts. So you cannot have it both ways, Jay. Is the nominalist predication completely meaningless and devoid of any content, or is it meaningful and therefore we're likening God to creation? And if you do think we're likening God to creation, then what is your problem with that? Because you believe in the necessity of likening God to creation in your concept of theosis, which I quoted from St. Maximus the Confessor in my opening statement. So even if, let's say for the sake of argument, oh my God, this is terrible, anthropomorphic, Jake is likening God to creation. Okay, what is your problem with that? You don't have an argument about that. You have no argument about that whatsoever. So Jay needs to deal with those points. He mentions about indexicals and God's knowledge. Well, actually, before I get to this, there was another important point here. Let me see. There's so much nonsense he mentioned. He said there. Even Jake believes in two ways of counting. He believes in counting by identity, and then he also believes in counting by division when it comes to Allah. And he said, you see, he mentioned that Allah's attributes are inseparable from each other. I mean, honestly, Jay, where did you get this from? This was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, that we're counting by division. No, in fact, by the fact that they're inseparable from one another and inseparable from the essence means that we are counting them by identity. Because if we were counting them by division, then we would say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only has one attribute. But we say that he has many attributes, and yet they are not divided by time and space. So how do we say that there are many attributes and yet they're not?
The issue that I'm having when he does this is, if he's counting by identity, he always argues like identity and then they're identical. But he's firmly against things like divine simplicity. So I don't know that he's given a clear answer on that. It seems like he's doing everything that he's accusing the Trinitarian of doing, but for his own position.
Yeah, I mean, on the counting thing, we already saw, right, that not just Jake, but all the affirmers of mutually distinct attributes for God, they count by division when they say God is one. And then they count by identity when they say the attributes are all distinct from, like, they're distinct from God, right? Because they say the attributes are distinct from God. So now that's counting by identity, right? And then they say the attributes are not other than God, which means inseparable, counting by division. This is in one sentence. Yep. They do this. The thing about I think he said something, or what was he saying right before that? Saying something about the divine hands or something. Like he was saying something. Now it's.
He was saying it was completely ridiculous to say that Allah has hands, feet, shin, eyes, ears. To say in any way that that's anthropomorphic is just completely ridiculous.
You know, he accused Jay of being anthropomorphic, but again, to the extent that the charge of anthropomorphism applies to Christians and other Sunnis, it would only apply to attributes like life, knowledge, power, hearing, seeing, maybe wrath, joy, like pleasure, those sort of things, right? That's a different kind of anthropomorphism. But the Salafis always make this move. So when Ash'ari Sunnis or Maturidi Sunnis, when they say to the Salafis, and there's a whole podcast on Thought Adventure where this happens. So Jake and his friend Abdul Rahman and whoever on that show, when they say, God, they affirm God descends, or God has a hand or two hands. And then the other Sunnis say, this is anthropomorphic. And then Jake and Abdul Rahman say back to them, they say, yeah, but you are also anthropomorphic by your rule, because you guys apply some common predications to God and creation as well. You say God is knowing, but we're also knowing, right? God is powerful, but we also have power. God is living, but animals are living and humans are living. So the Salafis say, they just clap back and they say you have a double standard. Now the funny thing is I'm partial to that counter. It is true. That's why I don't ascribe any attributes to God. But the type of anthropomorphism that the Orthodox Christians and the Sunnis are guilty of is far less crass than the anthropomorphism that the Salafis are guilty of. The Salafis just have more. They have more anthropomorphism because they're affirming hands and feet and eyes and fingers and shins and face to God, right? That is because those things, apart from gods, whatever those are, they're all physical. Whereas at least the Orthodox Christian and the Sunni Ashari Maturidi, they can at least say that, you know what, I do ascribe knowledge to God and creatures, but there's nothing about knowledge that makes knowledge physical, material.
My only thing is, I don't think there's any rhetorical value to say, yep, we say God has a face, eyes, shin, knees, all that, and then to say, to think that that's anthropomorphic is crazy. Like, wouldn't it be better to say, totally see how you could get to anthropomorphism from there? Here's the nuance, though. I just don't see the value in pretending that everybody's crazy when you've got a God that's got curly hair, he's handsome and all this. Like, to say that, oh, where are you guys getting this anthropomorphic stuff from? It's just weird to me. It's a bad tactic, Jake.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's a bad tactic.
It's very tu quoque, right? It's like, yeah, we have this problem, but you have it too. Yeah, sure, but you still have the problem, right? Like if you admit it's a problem, then you have a problem. A better thing would be to say, like, no, it's not a problem. But then if it's not a problem, right, then you can't attack the other guy for having it. So what I would want Jake to do is, I want you to show me that it's not a problem and actually show me how. And again, I'm not convinced because I have a very, you could say, rigid position on this. I don't believe we should predicate life, knowledge, and power to God. If we're going to predicate those to creatures, which we do, we should not predicate to God what we predicate to not God. That's my rule.
Now you've got a very rigorous commitment to that principle, though, that I haven't seen with anybody else.
I do, and I it appeals to me because it's consistent internally and externally, right? Like here, I'll show you guys something, and this is a quote from the book that it's the Book of Suleiman. It's not Suleiman's own words. It's something that Suleiman, the author of that book, he picked this up. I'm just gonna give me 2 seconds here. I'm just gonna put it on my slide. So this is a quote from a scholar, a French scholar of Islamic thought. His name is Daniel VinAnd, and he's a very good scholar. Like, he's an expert on Ashari theology. I'm gonna put it on my screen. I'm gonna share my screen. And so this is not from Jake or Jay or anybody, but it's from the book that they quoted. Let me put this on the screen.
Is this the book that Jake was waiting on?
Yeah, Jay, the Dyer was waiting on this book because it's a book about Ibn Taymiyyah. But this is a passage from the book. So this is from the scholar Daniel VinAnd. I'm just gonna write the name because I don't want people to get confused over like who is quoting who's here. So I'm just gonna write the scholar's name under the quote. So this is from Daniel VinAnd, okay, and he's a big scholar like in our field, okay. So Daniel VinAnd says that there is a certain paradox in asserting that God does not resemble creatures in any respect, which is what all Muslims believe, while in virtue precisely of the methodology adopted by all Sunni and Mu'tazili theologians, anything we affirm of God through rational means with respect to his existence and his attributes is based on an analogy between human beings and God. And, this would apply to Christians as well. Then VinAnd says, this doesn't make sense. And then he says the only logical position when it comes to asserting a radical dissimilarity between God and man is one of negative theology, as practiced by the Jahmiyyah or the Ismailis, which is my group. Anything that is asserted in positive terms with respect to man, and I would say creatures,
must be negated of God, and vice versa. Okay, so this is why I take the position, like he articulates the rationale behind my view very well over here, right? If you say at the outset that God is different, God is dissimilar, God is transcendent of all things, then we should not apply the same predications to God and to created things.
Is Allah calling Adam, what do they call him, a Khalifa?
Yes.
In Quran analogous to the Christian doctrine of the Imago Dei to you guys, to Ismailis in particular?
Yes. So what Ismailis say is the Adam is created in the image of the first intellect.
Okay, so he would be
God, because God doesn't have attributes in that.
Right. So he would be in the Imago pen or whatever the Latin.
The Imago Logos, the Imago Nous.
Imago Logos. Yes. Okay.
Yes, that would be the correct thing.
We have got to have a separate conversation. This is incredible. Okay. I love this quote. The quote makes sense. I actually don't move because I'm going to screenshot that quote for myself. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
All righty, let's get, as Joe Rogan says, I know I've used this line before, but back to the tail of the tape.
Imago Logo. That's incredible. All right, keep going.
Not divided by time and space or separable, because we're counting them by identity. Wow, I don't know how you made such a big blunder there. So you need to show how I'm counting by division or separability when it comes to attributes. Or
he did it.
Essence. That was a big blunder. Okay, so here we go. The next part here, where Jay mentioned about the indexicals. I want to read a quote from one of his authors that he appeals to. Let me just bring it up here. Okay, so on indexicals, he says, well, Jake has a strange understanding of God's knowledge. Well, let's see if that's the case when it comes to these indexicals or the I. Well, I'm going to show you in a source here from Jay's own people that is exactly the case, if I can ever find a damn quote. Let me see here. Okay.
Got out of time here.
15 seconds.
Okay, I'll get to that quote in my next rebuttal, but I'll show you that Jay's own church writers explicitly use the indexical I in appealing to God's knowledge.
With that, we'll kick it over to Jay for his 10-minute rebuttal as well.
In order,
folks, hit that like button, not for me, but for you, so that you.
In order for that to land, Jay, you would have to have early church fathers that say that we believe that God has propositional knowledge.
Yeah. So who like has he appealed to any pre-modern Christian? So this is like a modern analytic argument.
That's why he couldn't find it.
Okay.
I'm being for real. Like, I'm not being funny. That's why he couldn't find it. Because I was waiting for this because he said he was going to pick it back up, but he never did. There's no ancient person that's going to say that God has propositional knowledge relative to the indexicals. Like, go ahead. I'm sorry, Doc.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, could he appeal to a medieval for this claim? It seems like it's a totally modern argument. Again, I could be wrong. This is not my area, but I would like to see relying on Clement or Origen or Martyr or Augustine or Ambrose or whoever believing that God has propositional knowledge. Then it would work, right? Like if that's your God. But I don't think the Christian God for most Christian in the tradition has propositional knowledge. Again, I could be wrong. It's not my area. Maybe there's a historian of Christian theology who can come in and help us on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's even in things like Justin. Like Justin is very helpful for cataloging what people in his time and his context believe, but not as an authority. Like we don't put Justin on the same level as Augustine or a doctor of the church or something like that, no matter what your Christian tradition is. So like there's just, I mean, I agree with you, but like I said, it's kind of a moot point because he never really got back around to it. Go ahead, James. Hit play.
What to serve you
are
more?
We going to
that?
James?
Thanks very much, Jay. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, we're doing Jay's rebuttal, and then we're doing cross-ex, right?
Yeah, right after this one, then we're gonna do at least one round of cross-ex. If it goes well, maybe two, just depending on the time. We're at 3 hours now.
Yeah, especially if you can get to Branson, like called him out and said, "What are you talking about?" Like you're that didn't happen. Go ahead, hit play.
Yeah. Again, I think Jake missed a lot of the classes that dealt with basics of epistemology and metaphysics because Jake misunderstood a lot of points that I made some pretty rookie mistakes. For example, he appealed to my argumentation about realist notions of universals on the basis of saying that, well, because we know this because of Occam's razor. Well, how do we know Occam's razor is true in all cases or true in this case? That's just an arbitrary appeal. It's just an appeal to some other thing that we don't actually know really grounds and disproves the reality of universals. He says I didn't give arguments about universals. I gave multiple arguments about how there's no empirical verification or observation of metaphysical objects that Jake believes in. That is itself the undercutting and the disproof of his nominalism. Jake doesn't appear to be aware of classic critiques and refutations and questions for the nominalist empiricist tradition, which he's aligned himself with. Further, I would add to, I didn't delay the debate just because I needed to read one book. I asked him if he was willing to delay the debate because it's relevant for the debate that we're having, and it's a newly published book about the school of theology that he believes in. So that was the real reason for that. And he knows that, but he just is looking for anything to grasp at this point. So again, let's get back to this point about what empiricism and nominalism says. Empiricism says that we begin our theology from sense data. I made the argument that we can't even know that the peripatetic axiom is true on the basis of sense data. There's nothing in sense data that tells you that knowledge comes from sense data. And if that's the case, then all of the arguments that David Hume makes about identity over time, meaning over time, those are all arguments. Now you'll notice that if you paid attention to my slides and my talk, I did give arguments. I listed many arguments. And it's true, I did focus on Jake's position because I knew we would get to the Trinity in later discussions in the debate. I'm happy to defend any of the arguments that Jake has against the Trinity. But I want to know that Tawhid actually makes sense. And, Jake said that he made all of these arguments that I didn't address. I didn't actually hear an argument. I heard a bunch of assertions as to what his position is about the creed, what his position is about unity. I didn't actually hear an argument. So I don't think Jake understands the difference between asserting something and actually claiming something. I actually went into multiple texts, multiple scholars. I didn't just rely on one. And by the way, I want to address that he's wrong about what he says about, first of all, Boyarin. I didn't claim that those Jewish theologians taught the Trinity. That's false. So Jake's incorrect. I didn't say that they taught the Trinity. I said that they talked about the reality of multiple hypostases. That could be Binitarianism. That could be a form of Trinitarianism in certain Kabbalists. It could be the other schools that were strictly Unitarian. I just simply pointed out that early Judaism was not monolithic, and that was enough to demonstrate that you couldn't use the argument that Daniel Hikikachu used, that the Old Testament was, quote, Unitarian, or that the prophets taught Unitarianism and that this is a corruption. It was just simply demonstrating that there were Jews in the first 2 centuries that were not believers in strict Unitarianism. And beyond that, there were actually Jews who were Trinitarians and they were called Christians. And that's why Boyarin says that Christianity is a conservative form of Judaism.
Computer
so
is
all I was doing was
freezing.
demonstrating that Daniel's argument.
There we go.
Okay. So Jay just confirmed what I had said about the 2 powers in heaven stuff. He wasn't saying that this proves Trinitarianism in any way. He was just refuting the idea that we got this completely, that the Old Testament was an explicitly Unitarian document. That was the only thing that he was quote refuting by appealing to Alan Siegel and the rest of those guys. He was not saying that they were Trinitarian.
What does that mean, though? Because I would consider Philo, I would consider anyone who believes in the intermediary logos as Unitarian.
Well, I think Unitarian in the popular Islamic sense, in the sense that, because what you're talking about, with the
I'm a Unitarian. I'm not a Binitarian. I'm not a Trinitarian, right?
I agree. I'm talking about the popular sense. So you've got a very, very, I think you'd agree, right? You've got a very distinct definition of these terms that the normal person, Muslim or Christian, would say this guy's a Trinitarian without actually studying. So what I'm saying is, when we talk about the Old Testament, there's this idea that the monotheism of the Old Testament was sort of like an Islamic or Quranic monotheism that does not. Again,
I would argue that my theology is Islamic and it's Quranic.
Yes, but it's not at the popular level.
There's not. In fact, many scholars have argued that the Quran has a logos doctrine as well. It's called the Umar. It's called the doctrine of the Umar.
and many have argued that the Amr has a hypostatic status or quasi-hypostatic function in
I'm with
Quranic
you.
technology and so on.
I'm with you 1000%. What I'm talking about though is at the popular level. I'm talking about people like me, right?
Okay,
When
I think
yeah,
I think
that's what I think Jay's talking about there.
Yeah. So again, right? I think we just have to be careful on how we use the terms, because now there are Christian scholars who are even saying that, you know, technically an ontological subordination of the logos, where you do have the logos as an intermediary. It does work, right? But it's dependent on God. That's technically still Unitarian, right? Not in the popular sense, in the academic sense.
Right. That's my question, right? So like when I asked about what is the difference between eternal creation and eternal generation, for example, right? Getting that granular in particular, I think you'd agree with me, is not a conversation that's happening at the popular level.
Yeah, but the popular, I mean, like, firstly, I don't know the overall value to our knowledge of like I don't know the knowledge value of like what the popular level, because let's be honest, before my debate with Jake, all of you at the popular level would think that Tawhid is what the Salafis are saying, right? Like, you wouldn't have known that there are other views of Tawhid. You wouldn't know about our view.
100%.
You wouldn't even, right? So you see, the
100%.
popular, yes. So what is popular is always in shift, and often what is popular is the product of who has the loudest voice and this sort of thing. But anyway, I think the point that we agree on is the late antique Jewish thought, right? Which is an interpretation of the Old Testament, was not this two-dimensional monotheism necessarily.
Yeah, that's all I would say. That's
if you
but
if you get a chance, then
just give me 1 second. We'll also agree, Doc, that if a Christian were to say, we did not create the Trinity, we didn't invent the Trinity, we got that from the Jews, that would also be incorrect.
Yeah.
Because what we are saying, what we are saying has overlap, but there are some very unique, and I still think Philo would say radical ideas that we have that textually resulted in Jesus being crucified and all the rest of it.
Like,
so there is
Philo
did say something new.
So Philo's not a Trinitarian, and he doesn't believe in incarnation. But what Philo does have, right, Christians would take and they would develop it further into what you guys actually have.
Right. That is the most, in my opinion, accurate way of interpreting that intertestamental literature. And you guys just heard it from the doc himself. Well, all right, we continue.
So there's I was gonna say, Vin, there's a short video on my channel where Dr. Khalil came on and he was covering different views on Tawhid. And I think that one thing that it's very easily, like, I always thought when I first engaged with Muslims that there's just one version of Tawhid that's always been taught. But when Dr. Khalil ran through this, there's several arguments that these other versions are just as valid front runners in Islam, even if the Salafi Muslims don't want to admit that. It's definitely the case. But I've got like an 1.5-hour video of him covering very broad strokes.
Dude,
and then if anyone wants to dig deeper, on his channel, he's got like a 3 or 4 hour of this where he just goes and breaks it all apart. But I'll try to share that as a community post tomorrow, and I'll try to send it to you separate too, Vin.
Yeah, that debate and Andani's contributions are, to me, as a Westerner, like historical, like literally. Because like I said, like a lot of this, we haven't had these conversations. It's like I said with Yasser Qadhi and Muhammad Hijab, like it was clear that the philosophy was, we need to keep this away from people. So there's a lot of Islamic theology and things like that that we just don't have access to in the West. A lot of that is practical, like, just language. But I think a lot of it is, do you find this, Doc, that at your level, that folks on Jake's side or in that kind of stream are not very big on getting this out to the lay people?
No, of course not, right? So they don't. These people, the Jake types, the Salafis, and others like in the Sunni world, they want to portray a very monolithic, uniform notion of Islam, ahistorical Islam, right? And what they do is they don't acknowledge all this theological diversity in the Islamic tradition. They only focus on their own theology, and they say, "Oh, this is Islam. It's always been this way," and so on. But what they do, and this is where people like Muhammad Hijab, they go back and they pick and choose things from Ibn Sina. Like they'll use Ibn Sina's argument, right, to prove God as the necessary being, but then they'll deny divine simplicity, even though that's what Ibn Sina's argument leads you to, right? They go back and they pick and choose, and then they try to like mesh Ibn Sina with Ibn Taymiyyah, and it just becomes this whole big mush of like bad theology. And they pick these arguments from other Muslim groups or modern philosophy that don't cohere with the Salafi or the Athari belief system, because they think they can use it against Christians or atheists.
So there was no thought that you would be around the corner, right?
No,
like, that's where the miscalculation happened.
Yeah, they didn't. They did. So we stayed. People like me, I mean, the honest truth is, from like I've stayed out of this stuff because I was in school, right? Like from 2012 to 2019, I'm doing my PhD, and there's a rule, an unwritten rule in academia, that if you're out making YouTube videos, you're not learning your Arabic and your Persian, and your Arabic and Persian can always use help. like it's like if you're out doing videos or whatever, debating people, you're not practicing your Arabic translation skills, and everybody needs to practice their Arabic translation skills, like even to this day. Right now, that's not necessarily a good rule because it keeps academics out of the public sphere where I think we should be. But
it provides a lane for people, no disrespect, like Jake.
Yeah, and
who know just enough to get themselves in trouble.
Yeah, so me and my colleagues, we saw this, right? We came into contact with the Jake types on Clubhouse. Right. Same with James over here and others. And we saw this type of roadrunner mentality that Jake and Hijab, like we literally see them as amateurs, right? Trying to read articles here and there, copy pasting arguments. I think of them as intellectual cobblers, right? What does a cobbler do? A cobbler goes around, picks up whatever stuff he can find, cobbles it together. And this is what a lot of these folks do. They don't get any academic, serious training in any of this.
That's why it's important for me to say, look, guys, I barely graduated high school. I'm a YouTuber. I look at music videos and I talk about them. That's what I do. I'm not a scholar in any way, shape, or form. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm happy to be a cobbler. I'm good with where I am. Got a beautiful wife, got a lot of kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's obviously my gift. Like, I'm doing my part in populating the earth. Like, I don't understand Jake, Hijab, those guys. It seems more Jake, though. Like, why his personal sort of ego seems to be tied to this entire operation. It's not an insult to be called an amateur by a guy who's a Harvard educated individual. That's if we're not I'll say it this way. If we're not amateurs, that the term amateur doesn't mean anything, right? Right? Like, so I don't want anybody to be taken aback, insulted. Don't take up for Jake. Like, nobody's trying to humiliate or embarrass him. Jake is the best amateur I've seen on YouTube. I'll say that. There's nothing wrong with being an amateur. You just have to understand, the scripture says to have a sober self-assessment. It says in Romans, have a sober self-assessment, man. You were not gifted with the rigor, the discipline, the opportunity, whatever it is to get to where people are. Nothing wrong with that. You obviously are gifted in other ways. You got a great channel. You're out there making money. You're talking, you got a lane, but the educational stuff, when you're starting to talk about Akida, you're talking about issues that are ultimate issues. I am not saying we surrender our mind to the scholars. I'm certainly not. Like me and the doctor. Well, what about this? What about that? Like, question the scholars. I'm not going to just take what he says because he says it. At the same time, it's not even humility. Just be a realistic thinker. Because obviously, a person who's a professional, right, is gonna have orders of magnitude more knowledge and information and specialization than you have. And this is the last thing I'll say is there was a guy in a church, and in church we have spiritual gifts. So one guy's a preacher, one guy's this, one guy's that, and somebody went up to this guy and said, man, I really wish I had your gifts. And the person said to him, you do have my gifts because I'm yours. God gave me to the church for you. So if we have a guy like Andani, we don't need to be upset that we don't have his gifts because they're ours. God gave him those gifts for us because we're learning, we're benefiting. So we don't need to tie our ego to this stuff. Everybody's got a role to play. And, the doctor belongs to us. The knowledge isn't his. Whatever is true is true. So whatever God gives him, we receive it. Let's enjoy it. We don't need to be upset because we got called amateurs. Okay, we continue.
Arguments that Judaism is somehow inherently Unitarian are not true. That's all I needed to demonstrate. So he's setting up a straw man about something I didn't argue. Next, I'll address the fact that the Logos theology that he talked about, there's not one Logos theology that one guy had and everybody got this from Philo or someone else, and then it got rejected. Jake is completely ignorant of Athanasius, who engages in consistent Logos theology argumentation. He's the foremost theologian at the Council of Nicaea. So this idea that Logos theology is not used post-Nicaea or whatever dumb argument he made is totally not true. Clement of Alexandria, all the Alexandrian fathers in tradition often use this Logos argumentation. Some of the Logos apologists of the 1st and 2nd century eventually did go into weird deviations, but that doesn't mean that all Logos theology is false. Logos theology is in John 1, and it's in the wisdom text of the Old Testament. It didn't come out of Plato. There's plenty of scholarship that will note, as even some of these Jewish scholars do, that it goes back to the wisdom text, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and so forth. How that's cashed out by different theologians is a different question. So Jake doesn't understand what Logos theology is, and he doesn't understand the first 3 centuries of Christianity. I would add as well that Jake doesn't understand what an internal critique is. He thinks that when I make an internal critique, that I have to then agree with the thing that I'm critiquing. So if I say that his position is anthropomorphic, I shouldn't have a problem with it because I believe in anthropomorphism. But dude, I'm not saying that. I'm critiquing your position. So Jake literally doesn't grasp what an internal critique is. That's also why he doesn't understand what tag is. Jake, as we said, is a foundationalist. He's a very one-dimensional, one-layer thinker. So he doesn't understand meta-level questions, even though ironically he's called the Muslim metaphysician. So he ought to be at least aware of what metalogical issues are. That's what the transcendental argument is. He ought to be aware of metaphysical issues. I don't think he actually is. I think he copies and pastes out of various scholars that fit his need. For example, he uses us when he's arguing with Anthony Rogers. He uses analytical William Lane Craig when he's just picking and choosing when it fits the case. And he also seems to sort of move his position in the midst of various debates. He has a history of that. So I'm interested.
No, that's the cobbler stuff that the doc's talking. A little here, a little here, a little here. I haven't mastered any of these concepts.
Stop.
No. It's just the cobbling thing. I haven't mastered any of these concepts. I'm just going to put them all together and make a composite of it. Kind of like, I'm not going to say that. We continue.
Yeah, like God.
See where.
like Jake's concept of God.
Yeah,
that's a good
like
one.
I didn't say it.
God.
I'm doing my part to get rid of the WWE-ification.
No, but I made the point. I had a whole Captain Planet animation in my rebuttal, right? That like this is like how God is. God is construed in the Ashari, Maturidi, and Salafi, Athari thinking as God is knowing through a knowledge. God is living through a life, willing through a will, hearing through a
power of hearing and so on. I mean, this is Captain Planet. This is what I said. So
yeah, Captain Planet is a composite of all the powers have to combine, and then that's when Captain Planet appeared.
Their God. That's the critique. That
my wife was not allowed to watch TV and stuff. She was like kept in a dungeon with her crazy Christian. Shout out to her parents, but she didn't know what a Captain Planet was. I'd explain to her that he only appeared when all the people combined. They composited their powers eternally. We continue.
Oh no!
Like
Jake,
Voltron.
I'm not mocking you, Jake. I'm just saying, bro. Like,
just explaining.
Give me a hug, man. Go ahead. We continue.
Yeah, we'll continue as we try to discuss. For those watching, please like and subscribe. Also, we're trying to see if Humpty Dumpty can be put back together again, meaning Jake's theological view on God. Let's continue.
Where he's going to go when we ask him about the attributes, whether they possess aseity considered in themselves or not. He said that inseparability is not counting by division, is counting by identity. And then he proceeded to say that because we identify Allah's essence as one. He totally missed the point that I said. I said that he does both. That was the argument I made. I didn't say that he only counts by division by using the word inseparability, but he doesn't even seem to realize that in the ancient and medieval world, whether it's Al-Ghazali, whether it's Aristotle in category 6, whether it's the Cappadocians, whether it's Maximus, whether it's the Nicene Creed, the ancient world consistently and commonly thought about counting by division. We use this argument all the time, especially when we refer to Maximus in the Ambigua. I think it's question 1, where Maximus talks about unity being a single monad, and then division being the separability that gives us 2, and then another form of separability which gives us the triad or gives us 3. I'm not talking about the Trinity. I'm just talking about counting. That's how they thought. That's how they counted, right? In moderation and belief. This is how Al-Ghazali counts, for example. So it was common in the ancient world. Jake doesn't even know this. He thinks that it's something that was made up, and then he thinks that everybody just, quote, counts by identity. He says in one of his debates, this is just how we count today. It's like we count today like this. How come others don't even count like that? Not even aware that this is how people counted in his own Islamic schools. Maybe not his school per se, because this wasn't an issue of debate. But Al-Ghazali counts this way. I can show you in Moderation and Belief where he counts this way. For example, it's the 10th proposition. Here we go. Oh, he ain't got no Islamic books. He ain't got no reading. Oh, really? How about this right here, where Al-Ghazali in the 10th proposition is counting by division. So Jay doesn't know what he's talking about. When we came to the body parts, however, I didn't say that Ibn Taymiyyah gave no cataphatic meaning. I said he contradicted. So Jake said, well, there's a place in the Suleiman book where he says that it's perfectly fine to speak this way. I didn't say that. I never claimed that. I claimed that he contradicts by saying 2 different things. So again, Jake didn't even understand the argument, or it went over his head, or he just didn't want to address it. And Jake, again, has a notorious history of in debates not addressing any actual arguments. He blows past them, and he literally thinks that asserting something is an argument. And you can see that when he came to the treatment of Tag. Tag is a meta-level argument about arguing and logic itself. And Jake says, well, what's the argument or the logic for that?
I don't want to belabor a lot of time on this, but when Jay says that Jake has a history now of his debates of not answering, all you have to do is click on the link. We'll put it on there on the debate and go down to the cross-ex section. We played some of it earlier on today, where Jake literally ran. I counted about 25 questions that Jake asked during Dr. Khalil's cross-examination period. Okay, so Jake asked more questions of the doctor during the doctor's turn in the cross-ex. Okay, and if you know anything about debate, you're literally in an answer-only posture in the cross-ex segment when you're being interrogated. So that's just a fact. That's not an opinion. That's not an accusation. That is a documented fact that is there. We have it in record. We continue.
Yeah, exactly. It's a preconceptual, preconditioned type of argument. Now, Jake is in the tradition of the empiricists, so I would think he would be pretty familiar with the ideas of analytic and synthetic truths and a priori truths. How much?
1 minute left.
1 minute. But he doesn't seem to be aware of those things at all, because his treatment of empiricism is naive empiricism. And again, when we get into cross-examination, we're going to see that does he believe in self-evident truths like his masters and his teachers do? And he says that, well, those Ibn Taymiyyah book's not even relevant for this debate. Yeah, you said it is relevant because you said that he's your Palamos. So why would he not be relevant for the debate when he's For us, he's Palamos is a pillar of orthodoxy. You know that. I have the DM where you told me that he represents the Palamos for your tradition. So the pillar of your tradition isn't relevant for this debate? No, you just don't want to go to that because you know I did read it, and you want to stick to some other thing, some other text, when you know good and well that he's perfectly a representative of your tradition if he's the Palamos of your tradition.
In time. This one, I just realized. So thank you very much, gentlemen,
Okay,
for those
so James,
rebuttals.
you're going to the cross-ex now?
Yes, we're going to go to the cross-examination. See if we can find that.
Yeah, Jake made a big deal about Jay pausing to complete the Suleiman book. And then he says that the Suleiman book is completely irrelevant to this discussion, while simultaneously quoting favorably Ibn Taymiyyah, who apparently is his Palamos, and the entire book was about the metaphysics of Ibn Taymiyyah. So I don't know how the book would be completely irrelevant to this discussion. Okay, was there a specific part, Doc, that we need to look for in the cross-ex that stuck out to you? And you're on mute.
You're muted.
Yeah, so I mean, there are some funny highlights in the cross from what I remember. We should just listen, and it'll come up because
Okay, trying to get to. Let's see where we are there.
And why we count the attributes and the persons by identity, but we count
because
the
different
gods
things
by
because
division.
what you can't understand is the different.
I'll give you a chance to answer
exactly.
the
But you're not
question,
giving
Jay,
an
and then I've got to wrap us up.
Into...
I'll give you a chance to answer the question, Jay, and then I've got to wrap us up.
Okay.
That's
can I answer what he asked? He just talked the whole time. Didn't let me answer.
You can answer the last question he asked.
Yeah, so different things are counted in different ways. That's what I argued. And I've argued that from my opening statement. Your argument hinges on only counting in one way. And you're taking out of context the fact that Dr. Branson said that most people today post phrase.
So go back. Because I think that's almost where it gets spicy, where they go back and forth more heavily.
Yeah. Yeah.
So go.
When Jake would ask a question and then not let homeboy answer.
So let's start at 109. You know, when you said pro wrestling, Jake is like masterful at pro wrestling facials in these debates.
100%. His showmanship is... You can't... Nobody can compete with Jake's showmanship.
Are there one or many according to my position?
You believe in many.
Okay, they're many, and yet they're inseparable. So if they're inseparable from each other, and there's many, how am I counting by division, genius?
No, in terms of the essence, you count by division by saying that it's one.
No, there's one essence.
Right. That's
right. Where's there?
So he's undivided, correct?
Where is there accounting by division? There is none. Okay, exactly.
It doesn't mean that you're. It doesn't mean that you're saying divided.
Made a huge.
So you're not going to let. You're not going to let. It doesn't mean that you think he's divided.
You don't even understand the basics of this conversation. Let's move on. Let's move on.
You don't understand the word.
Now let's get to some other issues. What is the difference between Tawhid al-Mana and Tawhid al-Kayfiyya?
I don't know your terms.
You don't know?
No.
So you have no idea what that means?
No.
Okay, and yet you think you're able to critique our position when these are basic terms.
Is your religion made for all the world?
Exactly. So
is it just for Arabs or all the world?
No, but even when I'm critiquing the Trinity, I'm aware of the basic terms of what a hypostasis is, what an usia is. I understand the basics.
So is this a debate?
So how important do you think that is, Dr. Khalil?
It would be so if he is debating Jake on Athari Creed, right? He should know the difference between these two positions, right? I don't know whether that book fully went through it or not, but this is something that he should know. And I made a big thing of this, right? Remember, I had to debate against both positions because I wasn't sure which one Jake was on at that time. But by this time, Dyer should know that Jake does. Well, let's quiz you, Vin. What's Jake's position? Is it Tawhid al-Ma'ana or Tawhid al-Kayfiyya? What do you think?
I'm going to go with Kayfiyya.
That's right. 20 out of 20. That's right. That's what Jake is arguing. But
there's a couple things like Fitra, for example. He didn't have a. Although Jake's answer wasn't a very explicit one either. It was an analogous answer. It was, you know, it's analogous to the news. But he never gave a real positive definition of fitra. But there were a couple things where Jay didn't know certain terms. I was like, but at the same time, the essence of the argumentation is there. And I feel like
so it's a bit of a sideshow, right? Like, this Dyer's lack of knowledge on this would only be relevant if, in the debate, if he accused Ibn Taymiyyah and Jake of doing Tawhid al-Ma'na, right?
That's my issue.
Then it would be a real problem. So this is one of those questions where it optically it doesn't look good, but substantially it really is not relevant.
This is actually as I'm looking at Jake's channel, this is actually one of the first shorts that Jake has put up today.
It's a common, it's a tactic he uses when he knows the substance of what Jay has been saying is right. It's right on the bullseye. And so, but this is sort of like a, you know, it's sort of to your point, it's showmanship. But, you know, on Donnie, my least favorite part of your debate, you kind of got him back when you made him point. She pointed to the heaven. I said, Jake, don't do it. But you got him because he was doing the showmanship stuff, and he knew that was James, you should have 15-seconded that, my boy, and made a reel out of it. A bunch of people did. But this is what Jake does when he gets you know, out of sorts. You know, this is a cosmetic issue. This is not a real issue. Go ahead, James.
The thing that bugs me, like, because when I get in these dialogues, and it goes down to, well, you don't know the Arabic, and I find that if at the same time they want to tell me that Sunni Islam is Islam, and Islam is accessible to everybody, and that this is the final revelation for everybody. But yet at the same time, if I'm talking to them about the oneness of God, or another Christian, and I know it's Tawhid, but let's say the other Christian doesn't know Tawhid, but he's describing the oneness of God. I think that, like, an honest interlocutor would say, the concept that we're discussing is the same. This guy just obviously doesn't know the Arabic words, so it's either accessible for all people or it's not accessible for all people.
Well, I mean, in my debate, like I said, I mean, I don't know any of this stuff. So he's like, what's a relative identity? I was like, I don't know, man. So he goes on this big excursus on what it means, right? And so after he spoke for 2 minutes, I said, Jake, is there anything substantive what I said that's different from what you just said? He said, no. And I said, so what was the point of that entire exercise? It's to say, oh my gosh, look at this. So you don't really see the substance of what's been going on. Because, like the doc's been saying, the boomerang has been hitting dude a bunch of times. He's got an eye jam. We continue.
All righty, let's continue.
Debate about grammar?
This is a debate about the fact that you're ignorant of our tradition. Thank you very much. Now let's move on.
So you want to make it about grammar?
Let's move on to the next question. Why is it problematic to believe that the persons are identical to the essence, as Thomas Aquinas and many Catholics hold? Why is that problematic?
Because it basically ends up in reducing person to nature, and it would be modalism.
Okay, so would you consider that position heretical?
Yeah, if you mean identity in the sense of reductionist identity.
Okay, so the Trinity, if you conceive of, when you say the Father is God, that the Father is identical to God, would you agree that that's logically problematic, because then it would follow that the Father is identical to the Son?
Well, identity can be the sense of is of identity or predication.
Yeah, I'm saying, and the Catholics make it explicit. There's no difference between the person and the nature in terms of the Thomists. So they say the Father is identical to the nature or essence, and so are the Son and the Holy Spirit, which by the logic of identity would follow that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are identical to each other. Do you agree with that critique?
I think you could make that argument. That's why I said modalism. You know what modalism is?
Yeah,
you know what modalism is?
Yes, I do know what modalism is.
So you're just asking me again what I already said.
No, because I want you to be more explicit, but I'm supposed to ask questions, not you. Thank you very much. Now, how many persons are there in the Trinity?
3.
Are they separated by time or space?
No.
So you count the persons by identity and not division, right?
Correct.
Okay, does God have one eternal attribute or energy, or more than one?
More than one.
Are his eternal attributes separated from each other by time or space?
No.
Okay, so you count the attributes by identity and not division, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if we count gods in the Trinity by the same method of identity, how many gods would we count?
Depends on what God picks out.
If we're talking about the persons.
3.
So there would be 3 gods if we counted by identity, and the same method that we count the attributes or eternal energies and the persons, correct?
Right.
Okay, your friend Bo Banson says
little g God, as you know.
Okay, so so there would be 3 little g gods. Thank you. Your friend Bo Branson says that today we count by identity. So that would mean by the standard way in which we count today, there would be 3 gods in the Trinity, correct?
The way that we count today is talking about post-Frege.
Okay, so Bo Branson says, and I'm going to quote what he says. I'm going to quote what he says.
Counting by identity. So
today we count.
So you don't want me to answer anything.
Today we count. No, I'm answering. I'm going to give you more.
Yeah, you're answering. Yeah, you're answering.
Today
you ask the questions and then you answer.
Today we count F's by 1 logical subjects that are discernible from, or at least not identical to one another, and are F. That is, X and Y are different. If X and Y are different in any way, and are both F's, we count them as 2 F's.
Yeah, this is not how cross-X is supposed to go. Jake is supposed to ask a question. Jay is supposed to answer. Now, there's ways to ask a follow-up question to get to where you need to get to. But he's just, at this point, the moderator needs to jump in and level set. The doc appealed to the moderator pretty quickly, and Jay eventually does as well at some point. But I really wish Jake would stop doing stuff like this in debates, man. If it's a cross-X, man, just stick to the rules of the debate. Go ahead, Jay.
I agree.
So that's in his explanation that we count today by identity, yet you're quoting these other sources, which is not even my argument. My argument is that you're inconsistent in your methodology. So do you have
only if you think that you count in one way?
No, it's not about one counting.
I already
addressed them. I gotta see if you can ask a question, Jake, just to keep it as strict as possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a question. What is the justification or argument for why we must count persons and attributes in God by identity, but count gods by another method other than simply trying to avoid that you're a polytheist?
By the example that I gave from first order and second order imposition and the way that all of the ancient world counted.
So there is no justification. You're not asking why we count the attributes and the persons by identity, but we count
because different things are, because what you can't understand is the difference.
I'll give you a chance to
exactly, but you're not giving
and then I've got to wrap us up. I'll give you a chance to answer the question, Jay, and then I've got to wrap us up.
Okay, can I answer what he asked? He just talked the whole time. Didn't let me answer.
You can answer the last question he asked.
Yeah, so different things are counted in different ways. That's what I argued. And I've argued that from my opening statement. Your argument hinges on only counting in one way. And you're taking out of context the fact that Dr. Branson said that most people today post-Frege think of counting in one way, when this is a dispute about the way that people in the ancient and medieval world counted, which is not strictly by identity.
We'll jump into the 7 minutes of Jay interrogating Jake. The floor is all yours, Jay.
Jake, you said that you're happy to affirm this sort of empiricist, nominalist position, and that seems to necessitate the idea that all of the knowledge that we have comes from either sense data or relations of ideas. I'm just curious if you think that the peripatetic axiom itself is found in sense data.
That's not my position. When did I ever say that I'm an empiricist?
Well, if you're a nominalist, you're an empiricist.
How does that follow? Well, you're supposed to ask the question.
So you disagree with what most people in your tradition?
No.
So you're not an empiricist?
I'm not an empiricist by the standard that you just laid out.
Well, so you don't think the knowledge comes from sense data?
I do, but I don't think it's limited to sense data.
I didn't limit it to that. I said also relations. I said relations of ideas.
Yeah, I don't think it's limited to those two.
Okay, where else does knowledge come from?
The fitra.
And that is what?
Do you know what it is?
No, I don't. That's why I asked you.
Okay, well, kind of similar to your concept of the nous.
So a direct perception of God?
Yes.
How do you directly perceive God as Ibn Taymiyyah says God cannot be seen?
What do you mean? He says God cannot be seen? Of course God can be seen.
Oh, how can God be seen?
How can God be seen? I guess, Jay, you're not familiar with our...
You're giggling. Well, that's why we're asking you.
Yeah, I'm answering.
That's the second time he's asked a question, then proceed to answer his own question in response.
Listen, I'm asking you, and it's showing.
How can God be seen? Is he seen with the eyes?
Yes, he is. It's showing that your ignorance, that you don't even know.
I'm glad you think I'm ignorant, so that's why you get the chance to chance to enlighten us.
I'm trying to.
So
if you slow down, soldier. If you slow down, soldier, I will. Yes.
How is God seen by the eyes?
If you allow me to talk, I'll tell you. By the beatific vision, we believe in the afterlife that we do see God with the eyes. Correct.
But has anybody in this life seen God?
No.
Does God have a physical?
Not with the eyes. Not with the eyes.
Does God have a physical form?
Define what you mean by physical.
The body parts that are listed.
We don't believe God has body parts, no.
Well, you believe he has a foot, right?
We believe, yes, we do believe he has a foot. We believe his hand.
What is a foot that's nothing like a created foot?
What is a foot that's nothing like a created foot?
Right.
The same thing that an essence is that's nothing like a created essence.
Yeah, but our argument is not based on analogy for essence.
I'm saying that any predicate that we ascribe to God in creation, there is a similarity in meaning, but it doesn't follow from that
Yeah,
there
and
is
what's
a
that meaning?
similarity.
What's that similarity meaning?
Let me finish. Does not follow from that there is a similarity in ontology, which is
I know that.
completely
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand that that's the Ibn Taymiyyah position. So I'm asking, what is the
So what's the
similarity?
problem with it?
What is the similarity?
What is the similarity in terms of the meaning? The color.
And what is that? You're just saying meaning. What is
Yes.
that?
So we know it based on the text. So if you go to the example,
Is all of that empirically derived? Is the meaning empirically derived?
If you allow me to finish, if you go to the text that describe the yed or the foot, for example, the hands are described as being responsible for directly creating Adam. So this is how we understand the meanings of the text.
So you
or
reference
the attributes in context.
So you reference another created object, right?
What's the created object?
The text.
No, the text is not created.
The text that you read is created, right?
The papers and the ink is
Yeah,
created.
exactly. That's
the papers.
text.
The papers and the ink, but the words are.
That's called the text. I know you're talking about the eternal Quran. That's not what I'm talking
No,
about.
I'm not talking about. I don't even believe in an eternal Quran. What are you talking about?
So the text that you derived that knowledge from is empirical, right?
The text that I derived, I don't understand the
But you
question.
don't understand the question. Exactly.
No, I don't. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
You think I believe in
but
an
you don't
eternal
empirically
Quran.
read
You
the
don't even
Quran.
know my position.
You don't empirically read the Quran.
Yes, we do.
Can you pause it
That was
right
the question
here?
I asked you. So
Okay. I tried to get him to talk about this in our debate, and I failed miserably. Did he say that he believed, he said that the words were pen and ink, which would imply he's implying the eternal speech of Allah, which is uncreated.
Okay. So this,
And then-
honestly, okay. So
What's going on here?
Yeah. So, firstly, what Jay is asking about is like, what is the meaning of God's hand and God's foot? Like that's the fundamental topic, right? How
Right.
and Jake is saying, well, it's not like the created meaning, right? So then Jay Dyer is like, well, what's the meaning? Like, if it's not anything similar to created hands and feet, what is the meaning of this? And Jake never tells you the meaning. He just says we get it from the text. But then what does the text say? So the hadith that they're referring to, it just says God will place or put his foot in hell. That's what it says. It doesn't tell you what the foot is. It just says God
He'll
will
place his own foot in hell?
Yes, that's what the hadith says. I mean, I know you find it hard to believe, but that's what it says. Like it's
Okay.
pretty well attested.
Right. But then they get into a conversation about the words of the Quran itself. And Jay says it's pen and ink or something. Jake says it's pen and ink. And then Jay says, I know you believe in an eternal Quran.
Okay, so
Jake
this
says
is
he
where
doesn't.
okay, so the Quran for the Salafis and the followers of Ibn Taymiyyah, the Quran, remember I talked about this earlier. The Quran is a voluntary speech act of God. So the Quran is temporal. It was uttered by God in time. But it is uncreated because the Quran, as a speech action of God, subsists in God.
This
So
is the
they call
voluntary attribute stuff.
This is a voluntary attribute or a voluntary action. And you know what they love to say? The voluntary actions of God are uncreated because they subsist in God, and anything that subsists in God must be uncreated despite being temporal. Now, this is a contradiction.
But
in a
hold
sense.
on. So the speech of Allah, Jake would say, has being, has some
Yeah.
sort of ontic essence. Okay.
It exists, yeah. You would have
It
to say
exists, and
Yeah.
it's uncreated.
that. Yeah. But it
So-
came into being. It came into existence. God spoke it in time. God spoke the Arabic Quran in time,
In
according to
time,
them.
but it now becomes part of his essence because it's
Yeah,
a voluntary
it-
attribute,
yeah,
and because Allah is eternal and uncreated, even though he spoke the Quran in time, the Quran now is uncreated. So
Yeah.
would it be accurate to say that Jake believes in two uncreated beings, the Quran and Allah? Would that be accurate to say?
He will just not. He will not call it a being. He just won't. They'll call it an action that subsists in God. But if you ask him, is the Quran identical to God? He's going to have to say no. And now you have.
But it does possess the quality of being, though.
Yeah, or you could say, well, he would say it's not a being; it's an action of a being, but it's a reality. Like at the end of the day, you would have to concede that the voluntary acts of God are realities because they subsist in God and they're not identical to God.
But when we're talking about Yom Al Qiyamah and the Quran is testifying against this or that person, this is a metaphorical.
Yeah. That nobody.
Jake would say that that's metaphorical.
They all would say that.
Okay.
So I know what you're talking about. This is like the David Wood type argument. Oh, the Quran will appear as an old man on the day of Qiyamah. That's just like when you dream, your fear in your dream. If you have a dream, you're being scared of something. You might see it as a wolf or something, right? It doesn't mean
that's how I've always interpreted those hadith. Because of the authority stuff, I don't assume anymore. Now I gotta ask. You see what I'm saying?
No Muslim ever saw these arguments from David Wood and that era. Sam Shamoun, the Quran is a divine person, and these don't work. Like, these are not good arguments. The arguments that Dyer is bringing and that I brought, use those arguments if you want to argue against this, right? You have to argue using what the premises have to be premises that these people believe in. So the argument that Dyer would already launched is, hey, if God has temporal uncreated actions that inhere in his essence, then God's essence essentially becomes temporalized and composite. Yeah, and that's really bad.
Yeah, the voluntary attribute stuff is way more devastating to me.
There is a lot
than
of
the other stuff.
Maybe not as much in the academic, but there is a lot of lay Muslims who will make that argument that the Quran will intercede in like an intelligent fashion, like as in some kind of being.
Intercede is such a broad thing. Like all Muslims believe that your deeds, your own good deeds, intercede for you with God.
So the way like they've explained it, because some of them have this approach that they can't question anything and they have to take like the face meaning of it. So when it says it'll appear as like clouds or flock of birds, they take it as in it's clouds or flock of birds that are dialoguing like with real verbal kind of communication. And I think it's mainly the Salafis who I run into who do this, but I don't know where Jake stands on any of that at all.
No, but you have to remember that these hadith about the Quran will appear like a cloud or birds or whatever, these surahs will appear like clouds. These are not theological. Like, these are not theological hadith. They're not actually telling you anything about God or his attributes, right? So nobody uses those hadith to make doctrine. The hadith may be there, and they may be telling you, oh, something will happen on the day of judgment, right? But they have no bearing on God's names or attributes.
Yeah,
well, I could see that like for God's name or his attributes, but the way I understand is the Sunnis take that as the Sunnah, the words and the actions of the Prophet, and the Prophet can't say anything that's wrong. So
no,
if he says
again,
this,
that's not the point. The point is, you like I'm looking at the hadith right now. Okay, this is in Tirmidhi. It says the Quran shall come. It's people who acted according to it in the world. Surah al-Baqarah and al-Imran shall be in front of it. The Prophet said parables about them. They will come as if they are two shades between which there is illumination, or as if they are two shady clouds. Okay, or as if they are shadows of lines of birds arguing on behalf of their people. That's the hadith. Okay, it's sahih according to some Sunnis.
I mean, it uses the term parable, right? So there's
but the thing is, what the Quran does on the day of judgment, how it looks on the day of judgment, it has no bearing on God. Like it doesn't tell you anything about God. It's talking about something else.
Right, but
Right?
those groups of hadith have not been interpreted historically as some sort of, even Tamiya would not interpret that as a literal, here's a book with a mouth type of thing.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
That's like, you know, Jesus said if the
I'm
kids
reading the hadith right now, like I'm looking at the hadith, I'm looking at the Arabic, you know, and it says very clearly, like the messenger, all it says is the Quran and those who acted according to it will be brought with 2 surahs, okay, on the day of judgment. And then it says the messenger of God likened them, daraba, liken, you know, daraba means to strike, i.e., to strike a parable, right? To strike an analogy. So it says, daraba lahuma rasulullahi.
is the term daraba used in Surat Al-Nisa? Where
Yeah, because it means to strike. So it's
separate conversation. But so
what daraba lahuma rasulullahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa alaihi thalatha amthalin. So the messenger of Allah likened, he rather, it's here's what it literally says. So the Quran will come on day of judgment with 2 surahs and the people who followed it. Okay, the messenger struck 3 parables about them.
So it uses the term parable.
Yeah, it says, I'm reading the Arabic.
This is not a literal. The Quran is showing up.
We'll have to.
It says amthal. It says amthal means parable. So the Quran, when God tells a story in the Quran, it says, you know, God strikes a parable. So here the messenger is striking. It's like Jesus Christ. How many times in the gospel, and he spoke to them in parables, and all these people, they don't get the parable, and they get confused.
There's actually a theme in John where you're supposed to look for it. Well, people will miss it. So, for example, in John chapter 2, Jesus says, "Destroy this temple." The Jews take it literally. He meant it about his literal body. 3, he says you need to be born again. Nicodemus takes it literally. Jesus means it's physically. Jesus means it spiritually. Chapter 4, he tells a woman at the well, "I'll give you eternal water." He's speaking parabolically. She takes it literally. So I'm not saying, James, that there are not like lay level Muslims at my level who.
Well, there's also like there's popular Muslim teachers with like 900,000 subscribers on YouTube, and they'll actually argue that the Quran will intercede on their behalf.
No,
and it'll actually be like dialoguing with Allah, which makes it personable. But then also in Sunni Islam, the Quran's not created, which means you have another uncreated being.
James, honestly, it's a really dumb argument. It's a really silly argument because, like, intercession,
shifa,
is not something that is only done by a person. In Islam, your deeds intercede for you, because intercession is the act of like coming between you and some other thing. That's all intercession means, right?
But isn't there a qualitative difference between, you know, there's that story where people go to Adam, then they go to
but that's a different story now.
But my point is, isn't that universally looked upon as something qualitative, a different kind of shafa'a than, for example, your good deeds?
No,
right?
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is,
so James, do you see the difference there?
Well, no, because some of the hadith, it actually like it attributes words, and the way they take it is it's not metaphorical, not the Quran is doing this because it's the Quran, but that it's actually like dialoguing with Allah. And some of these guys take it in that route. I'm not saying all Muslims do, and I'm not saying that Dr. Khalil's view isn't the way they should be.
What you guys are doing is like, again, you're trying to turn the Quran into a divine person, because that's the only sort of paradigm that you guys seem to understand, right? I mean the apologists like David Wood and Sam and these people, right? what you're trying to do is you're trying to like tell Muslims, oh, you believe the same thing as us by turning things into divine persons. But the thing is, you don't need to do that in the first place. It's really not necessary, because the way you're doing it, like, no Muslim has interpreted the hadith of the Quran being an intercessor to mean the Quran is a divine person.
That's where I'm at, James. Like, it would be one thing.
You have to use something that the others. So, like, you can say, "Hey, like, here's a legitimate critique." Okay, you Asharis, Maturidis, whoever, Atharis, Salafis, not Salafis, but Hanbalis, Asharis, Maturidis. You believe that Allah has eternal, uncreated speech. You believe Allah's eternal, uncreated speech manifested as the earthly Arabic Quran. Well, you can argue from this that you now have an uncreated eternal entity, right, with God, like your logos, which then it didn't become incarnate, but it became inverbate. That's an argument you can make. But this stuff out of hadith, of Quran being intercessor, this is not going to work.
James, this is kind of like the inverted version of this.
Well, the thing is that
just let me put this out, and then you guys. But you see right here where it says your gold and silver are corroded, and their corrosion will be a witness against you, and will consume your flesh like fire. Now, you could take that eschatologically, right? That the gold and silver on the day of judgment, and I think there's actually a Quranic analogy where somebody's got like a gold chain around their neck, and the gold chain testifies against them, and then they get sent to Jahannam or whatever. But James, here we're told that on the day of judgment, gold and silver is going to do sort of a reverse shifa'ah, right? Against you. It's going to testify against you. We don't take that as literal, right? We say, well, it's going to testify against you in the sense that it's going to be evidence that you were a greedy, horrible person type of thing, if that makes any sense. And I'm saying it looks like the Quran functions that way on Yom Al-Qiyamah, in the sense of you followed, especially Baqarah and the other ayah, I forgot, Doc, but it seems like, James, that's what it's talking about relative to the Quran.
Well,
Do you agree or no?
Well, the thing is, we would have to go, and I would have to get the Islamic teachers that are taking this a different route. Because my point isn't that Dr. Khalil is wrong or that's not how it should be taken. My point is that there are Muslims who are actively taking it this way. And
There's
that's
no
why
Muslim
Christians
that
are
says
making
the Quran is a person, is a divine person. Like,
well, no, they won't say divine person, but we're saying that the entailment of being uncreated, being personable, and interacting with God in that way makes it a divine person.
Well, we've got a group chat, so show us later on, James. You can show us that channel. I would say that if there's no scholarly tradition of anybody literalizing the personability of the Quran, then we the most we could say is, at some level, some unschooled, very popular YouTubers make this, but this is not official. You can't find this in any Islamic school. Would you say that is more accurate at this point, James?
I mean, they're quoting from tafsirs, and they're going with arguments and lines that they're taking from
where the Quran is the Quran is a personality, not that it appears like this or appears like clouds, appears as an old man, where the Quran is a person,
a self-aware.
So no one is saying that there is, just to clarify, no one is saying that Muslims are claiming that it's another divine person. But what the argument is that the entailments are, if it's uncreated and only Allah has a deity, but you have this other uncreated being that's not contingent on Allah, that's always existed, and he's also personable. That's where the argument starts to go.
Okay, so let's table it, and then you can direct us to that site, and maybe we can circle back.
But we do want to give Dr. Khalil a chance to wrap up his thoughts on the debate.
Yeah,
And
let's
to
finish
give
the
that-
cross-ex and then
Sure, yeah, why don't we play like a little bit more and then we can.
let's let Doc land.
And then also for anybody watching, Dr. Khalil's written 2 really good articles reviewing this debate. I'm going to add those to the description tomorrow morning after the video's done processing. Also, check out his channel. He's got a lot more in depth on this as well.
You
We read.
But you
the
did
Quran,
understand it. You
of
just didn't
course
want to ask. You didn't want to answer. You understood it.
No. You're not even
empirically-
able to ask
you
me
empi-
appropriate questions.
I asked you that. Yeah, and then
You
didn't
think I believe
answer
in
it.
an eternal Quran? Where does it say that in the book you read?
I'm asking you about your empiricism, which you don't want to talk about. And
No,
you said
I'm
that.
very
So
free
what
to
is a
talk
created
about
foot? What is it? What is a foot that's nothing like a created foot?
And I explained it to you.
So
you didn't.
pause it.
I explained it to you. I
I'm
said
sorry.
it's known.
Go to these
I said
texts.
I said it's known.
it's
I
a
said
circle.
it's known.
So he believes. So Doc, let me know if I'm splicing this correctly. He believes in the eternality of the Quran in the voluntary attribute sense, in the sense that it's
uncreatedness, not eternality.
The uncreated, right, essence of the Quran because of the voluntary attribute. So because Allah said it, at the 6th, 7th century.
Yeah,
but
Allah
because he
said it, and now it inheres in Allah.
Right. Okay.
So it's uncreated because
So
they have to call it uncreated, because if something inheres or subsists in Allah and Allah's uncreated, then that the subsisting thing should also be uncreated. Otherwise, you have a direct contact or touching between creation and creator.
Well, yeah, you've got some sort of hypostatic union almost of what we say, right? With the incarnation. Okay. So he is being honest here.
Yeah,
but
Jay Dyer
nuanced.
Jay Dyer should have sort of looked into this point already. I mean, like what Jay could have done is he could have said, "Oh, you believe the Quran is temporal? Great." And then how do you explain these voluntary temporal attributes? Like Dyer could have gone back to his original argument, but he didn't remember that. And this happens when you're in a cross.
So, Vin, I know you mentioned that you have to get ready to go, and do you want to go ahead and let's wrap it up and then let Dr. Khalil put a bow on it, or do you want to play more?
Yeah, leave it up to the doc.
Yeah, I thought it's interesting that although the debate title on modern day debate was Trinity versus Tawhid, both thinkers here, both debaters acknowledge that no, it's Orthodox Trinity versus Athari Tawhid. And I would just like to take some credit for the fact that we are more so specifying which brand of theology is being presented, because not too long ago it would have just been Orthodox Trinity versus Tawhid of Islam,
It
right?
would have been Islam versus Christianity. Yep.
Yeah, or it would have
that's
been
true.
Islam versus Jay Dyer or whatever, right? They do this a lot with Islam, that like the Salafi gets to represent all of Islam, and now we're seeing that it's not the case, because
That is 100% because of you.
Yeah, it's because we had that debate, and now everybody is forced to acknowledge that there are many versions of Islam now, and there are many accounts of Tawhid, and a Salafi doesn't represent all of it. And in fact, if you go on Twitter right now, some of the Sunni reactions to Jake is that people are like, "Oh, this guy, he's not a good debater, and he didn't do well, or his theology has problems," and so on.
One of the comments that was the most telling to me, and this guy claimed he was a scholar in some place in whatever, I'm sure he was, whatever, but he said there's a reason that educated people don't talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
And he said this kid, he called him a kid. I mean, he's our age. He's in a start. I mean, like he's this kid, blah, 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 blah. But I just thought it was very fascinating, because 6 months prior to that, we had the whole Muhammad Ajab, Yasser Qadi event. And I just think that you absolutely definitely changed the dialogue on it's one of the reasons God made the internet. This could not have happened 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
No.
But you definitely that's going to go down as a historical and I'm not saying this because I'm saying this because when I watched that debate, it was clear to me that because of the language barrier, there's a whole lot that the Western world, that the theologically inclined Western world was just not, we were just completely ignorant. And I got to the end of that discussion. I was like, damn, I don't know anything about this religion, bro. And I've been studying this thing since 9/11. And I remember being outside in the basketball court talking to my Somali friends, all of which are Islamic, and I was giving them dawah in the sense that, like, I knew more. So I was really running around like, oh, I got above average Islamic knowledge. Nope. Not at all. So yeah, man, that was, you and I definitely have to talk, especially your debate with Josh, and even some of the things you said here. We just have to talk. I don't care if it's televised, recorded or not. I don't want to, I'm not trying to, I just have genuine questions the things that you said are just mind-boggling to me. And so I just want to talk to you.
No,
so
we'll do it. We'll do that. Now, as for this beast of a debate, so I noted that in my review that nobody offered positive arguments for their theology, so they both lose on that, right?
Agreed.
Again, Jake didn't do
true.
that in my debate either. He should have learned from that. Okay, so then the debate was about attacking the other person, and who had a better attack and who had a better defense. So I would say this.
Framework. It was really an epistemology debate, would you say, at the end of it?
Yeah, I think it turned into that, but a lot of people were not happy that it became an epistemology debate, because that's really another debate. Like, people came for a debate on theology. Now, as for the attacks, I would say this. I thought that all of Dyer's arguments, against Salafi theology, I thought they were all legitimate, fair arguments, the problem of composition, the problem of anthropomorphism, the problem of the temporal voluntary divine actions, and the problem of nominalism. Like, these were like 4 major arguments against Jake's theology that Dyer launched. Jake offered 4 arguments against Dyer, The counting argument was the first one, and as I said, that didn't work because it boomeranged and hit him back. Mm-hmm. That argument canceled itself out, Then you had the argument from indexicals, which I told you Dyer just shrugged and parried it and said, we don't believe God has propositional knowledge. So that's a second argument that, in my opinion, dissolved, Then you had the argument about, you have to help me remember now, the argument about the logos theology or something. But that turned out
2 powers in heaven stuff.
Sorry. Yeah, that turned out to be a bit of a straw man,
Yeah.
Because Dyer, if Dyer had claimed that the Old Testament is Trinitarian, like holy, then that would have been a good argument. I think Jake had one more. I'm not recalling it. Oh yeah, Jake said the epistemic schizophrenia. That argument went through. That was a decent argument for him.
That was the tag criticism.
Yes.
And then he also had a substrata that was the church. The early church fathers were heretics and didn't believe in Trinity.
The problem, the orthodoxy problem, and I think that also works. It depends on who he's talking about, but people like Justin Martyr and so on. So at the end of the day, it seems like Jake had like 2 arguments that really worked against Dyer, and Dyer had 4 arguments against Jake. So Dyer wins on the offense, in my opinion, And then in terms of answers, so like what did Dyer answered? Like, he nullified 2 of Jake's arguments, which I just mentioned, The counting and the indexicals, those were nullified, basically. The counting like hits them both, so it becomes a 0. And the other one is parried. The indexical is parried away. So then the
tag thing, I thought Jake soundly refuted the Eastern tag, but it wasn't really the central. It wasn't the locus of his Trinitarian theology
but
in
he
the
won on that.
debate.
Like
At least.
that's a point for Jake because Dyer didn't really defend it. Like Jake said, "Hey, this is circular. What's your justification for the second part of tag?" Right? That it's the orthodox. Because in my review, I said, "Well, if I use, why can't I use tag and put Ismaili Neoplatonism at
It's
the
essentially
end?
who claims it first."
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I had a Hindu guy do this to me. I said, "What?" He said, "You know, Krishna is the real God, and you're just oppressing." I was like, "Holy shit! Look at this!"
Yeah.
That literally was the day that I abandoned presuppositionalism. When I saw the Hindu guy do it, I'm like, "Okay,
yeah, everybody can do it. We can all do it, right?" So
it's just whoever does it first.
Yeah. So that's a point. So then the question is, I don't think Jake defended against Dyer's attack. I think that for me, Dyer wins the overall because Jake didn't defend against Dyer's attacks. Like we got no answer. There's a funny clip on Twitter where Dyer says, "Oh, like does God have body parts?" And Jake's like, "No, we don't believe God has body parts, but we do believe he has a hand and a foot." I mean, it's statements like this that just show the absurdity of this particular like Salafi position. So I don't think Jake answered that well. Dyer launched but did not prosecute the temporal action argument, which it would have been good if he did. But he launched it, and Jake never answered it. If you noticed, throughout the whole time, Jake asserted that position. He never defended its coherency, right? So that's like two things that are through. The counting came back, boomeranged, and hit Jake, right? And I don't think he ever got over that. And then the composition was never addressed either, right?
Yeah,
are the attributes ase? Jake didn't answer that. So this is why I would say Dyer won the debate overall.
I will say I was very surprised that Jake actually took the debate, especially considering what happened with you. I just thought Jay Dyer was a little bit undisciplined in the sense of, to your point, I was honestly, there's two reasons I did this. Sorry, James, but reason number one was I was going to chill with the doc for a couple hours. But reason number two, I really wanted to see a robust sort of Eastern Orthodox sort of boom. Here it is in practice. There's theology, then you get on the field. That's kind of how I look at debates. Like, you're on the field. Let's see what it does. 90% of times I go to debate, it's just so I can see where the holes are in my logic, because the people around me are going to agree with me, obviously. I thought the temporary, the voluntary attribute thing to me is more damning than the hand-foot stuff. Although the hand-foot stuff is I don't want to say it's crazy. I want to be respectful, but maybe it's because I just now have heard of it, right? But that, to me, I'm not sure that there's any way. It's clear to me that Jake's sort of way to reconcile the composite problem is just to keep dodging it until he comes up with a solution at some point. Like, he has no interest in directly answering that question. So I just thought that Jay he did a great job in the cross-ex, I think, at some points. Jake just wasn't going to answer. But I would have loved for him to have really pressed the voluntary attribute thing during cross-ex and then really highlighted it in his closing statement and say, look, we all know he's running from it. He runs from the composite stuff. He ran from this. We know why. Overall, I'd give it to Jay, but it should have been. It's not an Andani level wipeout, but the antithesis between the winner and the loser should have been a lot more clear, in my opinion. But I'm not at the level of any of those guys. No, I'm not on level of anybody here, and at the level of anybody that we were analyzing.
You are part of that club who's debated Jake.
I am part of the I am in the club. I am in the club. Thank you so much for this, Doc. We seriously need to hook up. I think you're one of the most important minds in and it's just because of, and I actually want to ask you this question before you go. How are you balancing out continuing to be an actual scholar, but at the same time basically having to run defense for your religion on YouTube so that people like me don't think that the Salafists are the definition of your religion? How are you balancing that out?
I mean, you know, I make more TikTok videos now, right? If you go, I have a TikTok called Thinking Islam, and those are shorter videos, and you sort of, it's a different practice. Whereas like YouTube, it's like you have to do more. Like I don't give YouTube long YouTube lectures like I used to, because it's just, there's no time, and you have to prep. But TikTok, you just put the phone in front and you just focus on a very particular topic, and that's what I've been doing more of lately.
James, please put those socials on the description and in the first comment.
There's
really
already
think
a
it's
link to
important.
the YouTube channel for Dr. Khalil Andani.
And I cross post on my YouTube channel, like my TikTok videos. But some of the issues I get into are often intra-Muslim issues, right? So there are polemical attacks on an Ismaili belief or a practice, often based on misinformation. And a lot of my work is just countering that misinformation of Islamic history, theology, this sort of thing. So that's what I've been doing lately. But coming onto these streams doesn't require much prep, which is why I like to do that. You know, you just come in and have a conversation. Whereas like a formal debate, you know, you can see I don't really do much of the formal debates. I do stuff though, but I try to do stuff that doesn't take much work.
I don't think you're going to get a lot of partners on Donnie for debate. I just don't think you will. I don't know.
Well, I've changed I've created a policy for myself that a lot of colleagues told me. They said only do formal debates with PhDs, right? So, you know, that's why I went on with Joshua. And again, that was a friendly debate. And even my discussion with David Wood, and David Wood actually has a PhD. Even my discussions with David Wood, if you watch them, and some people don't like it that I do that. And again, that doesn't mean I endorse his political views or anything, but the discussions that I've had with David Wood are all on very particular topics, where I feel that there is an opportunity to counter misinformation and monolithic narratives. And that's why I go on. Right. And, you know, we've talked about the crucifixion of Jesus a couple of times, and I went on with
they have a debate then where Dr. Khalil and David Wood discuss just that, the crucifixion.
Yeah, like they agreed in the first like 20 minutes. I was like, this is not really a debate.
Yeah, it wasn't a debate. It wasn't a debate. But you know, here's the thing. Like, why did I do that? Right. So if I've made this case that the Quran does not really deny the crucifixion, right? And David Wood agreed with the strength of what I was saying over all these other views.
Yeah.
Then apologists, Christian apologists like William Lane Craig, they should stop arguing that, well, the Quran is false because it denies crucifixion, because it doesn't. Like, it doesn't actually do that. There's a way to interpret it that it does, but there's also a way to interpret it that it doesn't, right? So sometimes what happens is that, you know, certain apologetic or polemical routes that are available are no longer available after I do my work. And that's important. And similarly, it works the other way too, that once Muslims learn more about their own theology of God's attributes, they can't go use this 1 + 1 + 1 business with the Christian. And I said this in my review. Frankly, the only type of Muslim who could really critique the Trinity consistently is a Muslim who believes in divine simplicity.
By necessity, you'd have to be Platonic as a prerequisite.
I would argue that you do, to be consistent with divine simplicity, right? So that's why I think that, and it's no secret if you look at the history of Muslim-Christian relations, the Muslims who debated the Christians in Abbasid Baghdad and after were mostly people who believe in divine simplicity, namely the Mu'tazila, you know, sometimes the Ismailis would, but it's the Mu'tazila were the foremost debaters against Christians in Arabic theology. and the Mu'tazila believe in divine simplicity. If an Ash'ari or a Maturidi or a Salafi goes to debate a Christian, well, we just saw what happens. Now, to be fair, Ash'aris and Maturidis would do a little bit better than a Salafi because you can't use the anthropomorphic stuff on them, but you can still use counting on them. You can still use, uncreated speech of God manifesting as the Quran on them. I mean, there's still options available. So in my opinion, those who only someone who believes in divine simplicity can really critique the Trinity. And if you don't believe in divine simplicity, metaphysically, you're on par with the Trinity and you can't really go after it.
All right, Doc. That makes so much sense. I mean, there's really nothing to add. James, thank you, man. I know I was late, guys, so that's my bad. But I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Doc, so much for being so generous with your time, man.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. Thanks, James, for hosting us and for being up late with us. And it was a lot of fun. And yes, Vin, we'll get together. We can have a proper just chat, about all the metaphysical stuff. So.
100. All right, guys. All right. Much love to all you beautiful people. I got to get out of here.
Yep. You guys are free to go. I'm going to do just some housekeeping real quick and then cut the video.
Cool. Hey, I'm going to send you some links. I mean, a document where you can timestamp it. If you put it in your studio, we'll be able to break it down into chapters.
I know how to chapter break it, but I have to go through and I have to figure out where the best spots to put it is.
Yeah, that's why
you
I
already have that
for you.
Oh, nice. Yeah, if you do it for me, then I can just paste it in. That's cool.
Yep. You can't do all the work, bro. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, the last time you and I talked was over 5 hours, so it is nice to get this one under 5 hours.
Yeah, mashallah. All right, buddy. Love you, man. Keep it up, bro. Keep it up. You did great today.
Yeah, you take care, bud. Bye.
By the way, shout out to the audience. You guys were great. Really good insights, guys. Really good. There was one that I wanted to highlight. It was really good, James. Yeah, I think the guy basically said, if Allah was on the if I was on the North Pole and Jay was on the South Pole and we both pointed up, would we both be talking to Allah? I thought that was a brilliant question, or pointing to Allah. I thought that was a brilliant question. Anyway, much love to you guys. I got to get out of here. Vin out.
Yep. Take care, bud. All right, guys. The little bit of housekeeping. Ways to support the channel are in the description box. Also, I'm going to add the links to Dr. Khalil's arguments. Other ways to support the channel, Patreon, PayPal, those kind of things. But liking, commenting on the video helps. I appreciate that. Let me see. I got a super sticker from Daniel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That definitely helps. I'm trying to work on getting some equipment I need to do more of these. I'm hoping that you guys got a lot of enjoyment out of this. I wanted to bring Dr. Khalil Andani on because he knows the Islamic theology way better than I do. And I did disagree with him when it came to that one particular point when he was looking at the Quran and interceding on your behalf. So maybe I can bring him on again and we can run through that. We're going to leave that super sticker on the screen a little bit just as a thank you. That being said, guys, I'm starting to lose my voice a bit. Normally these videos don't go that long. I appreciate you guys who are in and out of the video for the long haul. Those who are wanting more timestamp specific, give Vin a few days. He'll give me that info, and then I'll put timestamps on this as well. Once again, guys, thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to kick the outro. Until next time, take care of each other. Once again, when I get to the outro. All right, later.
I go hard in the paint, yeah, homie, I'm a saint. Ride or die. Many claim they like riding, but I know that they ain't. Ride or die.